reborn in the empire where the sun never sets to become a pirate. Hello again, dear adventurers of the multiverse. Thanks for joining us once more on this epic journey. Remember, this story is pure science fiction from our wild imagination, so don't go trying to summon dragons in your backyard. The rights of this amazing novel belong entirely to its original author. We are only the narrators. Do you want more adventures? Show some love to our YouTube channel with a subscription and a like, and if you want exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting for you with open arms. Chapter 526 Rebirth XV, Conscience. The morning sun was brilliant. Yesterday, filled with suspicion, faded to the west with a morning star, and a new day rose from the east, bringing a new lease of life to Miami. There was a morning gathering at Drake's house. Lorraine's most cherished companions gathered in groups of 2 or 3. Hannah and Noel drank tea, Carmen and Sharon worked on documents, Katharina was teaching Fafnir to ride, Leif led his wife and herded the children, there were Atrin and Belle, who had come with their families for the dinner, and Karen and Daniel, who were still alone. Except for Piers, who was far away overseas, everyone was there, keeping a distance that was neither too far nor too close, each passing morning as if yesterday had never happened. Lorraine enjoyed the warmth of the morning glow, eyes closed until the shadows covered the red world. "Ah, you scared me last night," Belle plopped down next to Lorraine. Scared, Lorraine opened one eye and glanced at the carefree Aoife and Michael in the distance. "Is there anything in this world that can scare you?" "Of course there is." Belle snapped his fingers and called for his black tea, "A meeting at 6 in the morning, and a 4-hour advance notice. I've never seen you do such unnecessary things, and I never thought that I would be on the notice list. I notified you because you are a member of the team." Lorraine closed his eyes again and let the sun drive away the fatigue of a sleepless night. "What about suspicion?" "Suspicion is suspicion, and identity is identity," Lorraine said. "The foundation of the civilized world is the law, and the basis of the law is the suspect's presumption of innocence. Even in the last second before the conviction, the suspect's identity is innocent. Because in the broader environment, people who are suspected are always in a weaker position than those who control the power of trial. The presumption of innocence is the fairness given to them by the law. Even if this kind of fairness can easily lead to unfairness from various angles, the self-restraint of the strong is a treasure. Between the two evils, I choose to practice it." "Practice," Belle sighed. "So you still think I'm a spy for the Navy?" "It's not that I think so, it's that I can't rule out this suspicion." Lorraine's voice was very light. "I will do everything I can to prove that your suspicion is true. That is my obligation to the Drake Chamber of Commerce. But before the suspicion is confirmed, I will still regard you as the most trustworthy friend and subordinate. This is my responsibility to my life and team, not just for you." "That's a typical Drake-style statement." Belle looked at Lorraine, his eyes full of complexity. "It's obvious that you two brothers are selfish and cold-blooded bastards who have messed up my life beyond recognition. But why? I just can't hate you. In Eastern terms, it's a bad fate." "Neon? What's that?" "Destined, that kind." Belle chuckled and waved his hands while laughing. "It's not destiny with you brothers." He took a deep breath. "Naval Academy. When I was in Naval Academy, Sir Leighton had actually arranged my life for me a long time ago. He said that you are not suitable for taking orders, so the school will pave the way for you and plan to arrange a small boat for you as soon as you graduate. Probably a communications ship. After all, a second lieutenant, or even a lieutenant, is not suitable to become a frigate captain directly. He wanted me to be your first mate, and I agreed. You know, under the attention of those lords in the House of Lords, I don't have as many choices as you do. Who knew that half a year before graduation, you suddenly dropped out of school?" Belle pouted at Lorraine. "You ran away, and my life plan was torn to pieces for the first time. I was obviously the top student of that class, but in the two-way choice for graduation, I became the only one who was not selected. There were only 2 paths left in front of me. Go to Plymouth Naval Base and be a lieutenant pilot foreman, and then transfer to ground staff, or stay in school as an assistant to the Jazz, with a completely blank military career, and be an instructor who will never be promoted." Shaq appeared at that time. When Uncle Arya died in battle and the Drake family was in the most precarious time, he foolishly accepted me, who was disliked by the entire House of Lords. I owe him. Belle exhaled. Then I boarded the Wanderer. I don't know how much pressure he endured from my personnel appointments and dismissals, but under his protection, I spent a truly carefree time. Like every normal Naval Academy graduate, I was promoted and got a salary increase, and I owed him more and more. So, When he asked me to be your bodyguard, I was actually happy. Even though I knew that Drake would be black if he cut him open, and he would never abide by the agreement with me, and that the Earl of Brad's family might become wanted criminals in Great Britain. The moment I stepped on the boat, I still took it with joy. At this point, Belle stopped and glanced at Lorraine. He put me on the wanted list, right? Yeah. Lorraine still closed his eyes. A level 1 wanted list, sent directly to Plymouth. But your documents were hijacked by Chuck in Kingston, and became an important basis for judging your credibility at the time. Tisk. Belle spat angrily. Why didn't you tell me? There was no need. Right, Lorraine recalled uncertainly. Even from today's perspective, I don't think the fact that you were wanted by Shaq had much to do with you, but my family's title was almost completely deprived. That's just a side effect. It's like when we bombard an enemy ship with artillery. Whether the ship sinks or not, the shells fired will definitely sink. But no one considers the feelings of the shells before firing. That's just a side effect, and has nothing to do with the bombardment itself. You two brothers are really? Belle trailed off. He opened his mouth, searching for the right adjective, but his mind came up blank, and he couldn't find one. He stood up angrily. In short, you two brothers are convinced that I will be at your mercy, right? Although my description is not very accurate, but from the bottom of my heart, I do trust you. Lorraine opened his eyes and looked at Belle steadily. You have been raised with a false aristocratic education. Because of this, your soul has a little bit of conscience, like shackles, locking you tightly. I will break free. Yes, please try. Lorraine perfunctorily answered his friend, pushing Belle back into the chair with his voice. Belle, with a sour face, crossed his legs and slammed them down on the table with a thud, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Let's get back to the point. You summoned everyone here so early in the morning, going through all this unnecessary trouble. Aren't you just trying to back me up? Are you worried I'll be isolated? Afraid I'll betray you during the investigation? You're completely wrong. Lorraine waved his hand, speaking calmly. There's something I need to tell you all. It could be after tea, but since I haven't slept all night, there's no need to force myself to align with everyone's body clocks. Something, yes. It's about the reason why Colonel Chris Emmons traveled all the way to Miami. Lorraine waved back the scattered crowd, pondering his words. In short, His Majesty King George II and some gentlemen from the Admiralty want us to expand our maritime group to England. The terms are very generous, and the guarantees are very strong, but I've estimated that if we want to enter England's mature shipbuilding market and become competitive within 3 years, we'll need to invest between £300,000 and £500,000. That's a huge sum. I need your opinion. Everyone was silent. Kren stood blankly at the edge of the crowd, his eyes vacant and his voice erratic. His Majesty and the Admiralty of Great Britain, the world's largest shipbuilding market, £300,000 to £500,000, another gamble. Chapter 527, Rebirths v. A Hot Mind. 1786, in the western suburbs of Miami. A moist wind blew in from the sea, enveloping the European trumpets and Indian songs, crushing them and spreading them across the vast green and yellow grasslands. The atmosphere of war was growing increasingly intense. Mr. Bachran pushed a cart loaded with sandbags and trudged along the road. Yes, trudged along. The makeshift path of gravel and sandbags beneath his feet was neither wide nor flat. Mr. Bachran walked 4 times a day on this 1.3-kilometer stretch of broken road. After only 3 days, he felt exhausted. His arms ached, his legs and feet felt like lead. The soles of his feet and palms were covered with layers of blisters, the old ones bursting, the new ones swollen with translucent tissue fluid. The skin and flesh squeezed and jostled in the bumpy ride, making every movement feel like a needle prick. Why is my life so unfortunate? Mr. Bachran savored the stinging pain, silently questioning himself. His life truly had nothing worth looking back on. By the time he was born, Spain's economy was already in decline. Britain, France, the Netherlands, these far younger powers, were encroaching on the benefits of Spain's colonial empire worldwide, yet Spain felt no impact at home. This situation was both ridiculous and shameful. For if a hero were old and trapped by wolves, at least he could feel the pain and despair as the wolves tore at his limbs, and he could still, under the spur of the moment, struggle for survival, regardless of whether that struggle was futile. But if a hero became paraplegic, those limbs and torso that once symbolized his strength became completely redundant. A limb more or less, he would simply accept it numbly, without any real sense. Spain was such a warrior with high paraplegia. As a child, Mr. Bakran often heard rumors like, so-and-so's colony has been lost, so-and-so's war has been lost, and it was clearly a battle between Britain and France, but Spain lost the most. But even in his most passionate adolescence, these rumors rarely moved him. Life for the freedmen was harsh. A year of hard work left them with little to cover their expenses, their inherited wealth dwindled, and their debts piled higher and higher. The empire's losses were solely the losses of the rich and noble. It could not, and never had, anything to do with the humbler class. A numb childhood gave way to numb adolescence, and then to numb young adulthood. By the time Mr. Bachlan regained consciousness, he had inherited a ruined family estate and had a pair of sensible children with his wife. He naturally hoped to be a good man who would make his children proud and his wife trust him. However, reality proved to be just that. The income from the land steadily declined, and by his generation's end, it was barely enough to pay the annual interest on the debt. Pride, responsibility, and even just providing 2 meager meals a day consumed their energy. His beating heart quickly grew numb again. Day by day, month by month, suddenly, as he dreamed, Raoul had grown into a dependable 10-year-old. The turning point was abrupt. Without warning, a herald arrived in town, painting Miami as a paradise of abundance and fertility. Mr. Bachlan, with the day and drowning his sorrows in alcohol, impulsively signed the immigration petition. By the time he regained consciousness, the decision was irreversible. His peaceful, humble life as a freeman had slipped away without a second thought. According to the terms of his immigration petition, he had sold his ancestral property to the Lord, with the proceeds of the goods used to offset his debts. He ultimately received less than 10 pistoles. With nowhere to turn, he mustered only self-respect, gather his wife and children, and use 80% of his family's wealth to purchase 4 passages to the New World. After drifting at sea for over a month, he finally set foot on this unfamiliar land, steeped in terrifying legends. Mr. Bachlan vividly remembers his arrival in Miami on January 2, 1786. It was a time of unease and uncertainty, prosperity and desolation, warmth and indifference. It was the Drake Chamber of Commerce's pervasive care that warmed his heart. To him, the actions of this strange British Chamber of Commerce were like those of the saints described in the Bible, completely overturning Mr. Bachlan's image of the wealthy. Mr. Bachlan couldn't understand. Besides their commitment to spreading the gospel of God, he couldn't imagine any other reason for merchants to abandon their pursuit of profit and give away land, food, money, everything, without asking for anything in return to these worthless pioneers. But a better life did indeed arrive. The Bachlan family owned land that was vaster and more fertile than their ancestral home, and found a village more equal and gentle than their hometown. The legendary wealthy man who had purchased the land ultimately didn't move into the village before the first village meeting. The meeting went incredibly smoothly. A covenant favoring the poor was passed, and a committee composed entirely of the poor was established. The popular Mr. Tuka was elected chairman of the committee with a high vote, and as chairman, he became the first elected village manager. Then, Tai Chi arrived. Mr. Bachlan had never imagined that the Indians he had encountered in Mailing Township would declare war on the Miamis as enemies, and even less that this war would come so soon. On January 18, the villagers of Elk Grove were still basking in the triumph of their grand village meeting. Mr. Bachlan, carrying a large bag of roasted potatoes without oil or salt, set out, ready to follow Mr. Tuka's advice and seek a temporary job at the employment agency in the Rivermouth area, hoping to provide for his family before the summer potatoes ripened. A sleek knight appeared in the morning sun, shouting a call to arms. A moment later, Mr. Tuka tumbled out, ringing the assembly bell with a look of horror on his face. Only then did Mr. Bachran learn that the Indians, legendary for their friendly relations with the Miami and Spain, had suddenly declared war. The Akaika, Blackfeather, Maywinkie, River Garden, and Quilkee, Silver-bellied Pheasant, tribes had formed a war alliance, and over 10,000 men, armed with muskets and leading their horses, were gathering for the battlefield. Miami City Hall immediately issued a general mobilization order, mobilizing the garrison toward the battlefield on the Miami River. The City Hall urged the citizens to unite and contribute their labor to the defense of the town. Mr. Bachran's mind raced again. By the time he realized what was happening, he had already signed the mobilization order, becoming the first warrior in the village to sign up. And then, the sun is so scorching today, Mr. Bachran wiped his sweat wearily. Today is the 8th day. If we can hold on for 2 more days. The second group of laborers will be able to take over. By the way, will there really be a shift? He stopped his cart and, like a zombie, unloaded the heavy sandbags. Under the sergeant's direction, he piled the sandbags into the designated position. He was constructing a defensive line made entirely of sandbags, approximately 3 meters high and 5 meters wide, with a reserved firing port every meter and a cannon port every 50 meters. Behind the sandbags ran a trench, half a meter deep and 2 meters wide. Soldiers, running through it, could simply straighten their backs, extend their rifles, and pull the trigger across a narrow 30-degree front to inflict casualties. 2 more similar lines of defense lay within sight, both curved, each about 1 or 2 kilometers long. They formed Miami's main defensive line, overlapping like fish scales along the riverbank, each spaced 500 meters apart in a nearly parallel formation. The sergeant in charge explained that this allowed the artillery of the second and third lines to easily reach the plains in front of the first, maximizing the density of firepower. But Mr. Bachran couldn't understand why Mr. Dupuani, the garrison commander and mayor of Miami, had assumed the Indians would be crushed by this line of defense rather than taking a detour, perhaps through the Elk Grove. Raoul, his mother, and his 2 children were still waiting in the Elk Grove for news. If the Indians had actually attacked the village, Mr. Bachran couldn't imagine the consequences. God bless us, he prayed softly. God. Mr. Tuka, a strong figure pushing a cart not far away, stopped and turned around in surprise. Bachlan, so you were assigned to the second line of defense? Yes, I've been on this line all the time, but Mr. Tuka, the construction of the first line of defense is completed. Our entire team was transferred to the second line of defense last night. The sergeant asked us to finish the construction of the second line of defense before those savages attack. No wonder. I feel like there are so many people on the sidewalk today. Mr. Bachlan trusted the reliable Mr. Tuka very much, and he couldn't help but worry when he saw him. Mr. Tuka, we have been building fortifications here. If the Indians go around to the north, Tuka thought a lot. Are you afraid that those savages will attack from the elk forest? Well, Raoul, Sophia, and my wife, don't worry. Tuka patted Mr. Bachran's shoulder heavily. President Lorraine of the Drake Chamber of Commerce and Mayor Dupuani, the commander of the garrison, are both excellent soldiers. I heard from the sergeant that this battlefield is the result of their joint discussion. Whether those savages are willing or not, they must, beep, beep. A sharp and short whistle suddenly interrupted Mr. Tuka's words. An alarm came from the nearby watchtower. Enemy attack. The Achuca tribe launched an attack on the defense line. Guard to meet the enemy. Laborers abandon their work and immediately retreat to the third line of defense. Quick, 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 retreat. Laborers follow me and don't get in the way in front. Guard in position. Free fire, all guns ready. The third line of defense target is 1,300 meters away, straight ahead. Fire 3 bursts of shrapnel. Fire. Chapter 528, Rebirths VI, within easy reach. Flags, move forward, set up small flags at 200 meters. Use the flags as a line. Send any Indians inside the line outside. Handle them with care, dead or alive. Don't make unnecessary provocations. Transport the wounded to the third line. Drake has set up a field hospital there. Send all the wounded there, send the dead to the riverbank and connect with the logistics department. No vomiting. Don't let me see those cowardly looks on your faces. They are heroes. Carry them with respect. Carry them with gratitude. The setting sun was bloodshot. Continuous blazing clouds swirled at the horizon, and light poured down, dyeing the grassland a blood red. Hundreds of dark figures, pushing carts, walked helplessly like zombies amidst this blood-reddened landscape. The rising smoke was their backdrop, and the human figures scattered on the ground were their cargo. The first battle lasted less than 3 hours. The Indians launched 4 charges, each repelled. Their best attempt failed to reach the first line of defense. As a result, the remaining casualties were essentially all Indians. A rough estimate puts the casualties at 600, a death rate exceeding 20%. The Miami Grenadiers, defending the front lines, bore the greatest pressure, suffering 7 killed and 29 wounded. Considering the offensive and defensive situation on both sides, this figure represents a heavy loss. The battle was more intense than expected. Standing on a high platform at the rear of the battlefield, Lorraine leaned against the railing, lost in thought. Carmen climbed up with great effort, breathing softly. Captain, Mayor de Poigny is very excited. He asked the Chamber of Commerce to organize a militia of no less than 1,000 people within 2 days, and the configuration needs to be on par with the Grenadiers, a militia with the same configuration as the Grenadiers? Within 2 days, Lorraine laughed silently. Why didn't he just say that he wanted the direct fleet to go ashore to participate in the war? Shame, Carmen teased. The title of militia can give people the feeling of guerrillas. If you just say Drake's direct fleet, Spain's dignity will be hurt, and the dignity of Sir Tusera and Mayor de Poigny will also be hurt. The dignity of Spanish gentlemen is so fragile. Lorraine snorted. Let Flyman tell Mr. Mayor that as a responsible Chamber of Commerce, Drake has taken the initiative to undertake the construction of the defense line and subsidies for civilians. This is a lot of money, and we don't ask for anything in return, but generosity should not be an excuse for greed. The direct fleet is an employee of Drake's Chamber of Commerce. If the interests of the Chamber of Commerce are threatened, they should fight to the death. Similarly, citizens use their taxes to support the garrison, and the garrison has an obligation to sacrifice their lives for the town. If even such matters require our intervention, what are they doing? Carmen stood aside, her beautiful eyes darting. Are you sure you want Flyman to speak? Why? Are you worried his position is too high? The position of section chief is enough to show respect, but the key is that Flyman's position as section chief is part-time, and he also has his job as a member of the direct fleet. If someone from the direct fleet explains that the direct fleet is not participating in the war, won't that give people other ideas? Isn't that perfect? Ah. Carmen covered her mouth with her hand, revealing just the right amount of realization. I was careless. Thank you for the treat. The two looked at each other and laughed. After laughing, Carmen stamped her foot coquettishly and ran forward to link her arm with Lorraine's. Sir, be serious, Captain. Mr. Captain, how much blood are you planning to shed in Spain this time? That depends on how capable the mayor is. Lorraine saw a civilian carrying a corpse stumble past a tower. A blue-robed musketeer crouched on his back, his chest pierced. Uncoagulated blood oozed from the wound, covering the civilian's back. Fortunately, such scenes were rare. De Poigny was sharp and brave. Judging from their performance in this round alone, the Florida Legion truly lived up to its reputation as a formidable force in Central and North America, a force to be trusted. Lorraine patted Carmen's hand gently. We all know that this war is a follow-up to the Bay of Biscay exercises. The fundamental purpose of the two is the same, that is to show the world the strength of the Miami garrison, enhance people's evaluation of the security here, raise the valuation, absorb the population, develop commerce and real estate, and create considerable profits for us in all directions that can be controlled. The blood of Spain will not contribute to our goals, of course, it will not harm our profits, so they are insignificant, to put it gloriously, as long as the Indians show their strength and then fail in front of our defense line, no matter how much blood is shed, it is worth it. Then why do you still help them? Carmen pouted like an innocent girl. Ever since the news of the Indian alliance came, you began to fabricate rumors, saying that the direct fleet was going to go up the Miami River and directly attack the Black Feather tribe's nest. If it weren't for this news, why would they suffer a bloody defeat on our defense line with their numerical advantage? Miami is wide, and the entire Cheyenne district can be turned into a battlefield. That's not good. Lorraine smiled silently. I don't care how many Spanish soldiers die, but the premise is that they win. We are not familiar with Sir Tusela, and we are not interested in betting the future land value of Miami on their real military proficiency. Whether they are strong or weak, I just want a stable victory. What if the Indians still give up the river beach? I will go upstream and lead the direct fleet to bombard all the way until we break through the Florida Peninsula and the Indians surrender. The risk is very high, isn't that what if? Our allies will not let that happen. After all, if the situation continues to develop, they will lose the interests of both the tribe and Miami at the same time. That's right, Carmen nodded with relief. Then when do you plan to let our allies stage a coup? Wait a little longer, Lorraine said. The Indians are still a little restrained. We have to wait until they really let go. That is the best time for us to appear, within reach. As the War of Independence came to an end, if someone asked where the focus of North America was, the best answer would definitely be New York. New York was the economic center of the nascent United States and the most prosperous city in North America for 200 years. With George Washington's inauguration as the first president of the United States, it became the nation's political center. The newly born United States was undoubtedly the most dynamic political power in North America, and New York embodied this energy. remaining vibrant despite its age. But in late 1785, just a few months after President Washington arrived in New York, a port town, lingering in the background, suddenly emerged: Miami. Miami's history spanned only a few short years. According to the typical pattern of white settlement in America, this amount of time would have only allowed the establishment of a village, perhaps a small stockade, or a rudimentary fortress. But capital possessed a power far greater than human effort. Leveraging its wealth, the Drake Chamber of Commerce purchased tens of thousands of Indian laborers to participate in the construction of the city. In just a few years, they had built a port city-sized and overpopulated on both sides of the Bay of Biscay. The world viewed this as excessive grandiosity. For a long time, Miami speed was a running joke in social circles, used to denote upstarts who overestimated their own capabilities. It was amidst this mockery that Lorraine began his performance. In the Great Victory of Bastille, the Drake Company triumphed over Blackbeard and routed the Windward Bandits, single-handedly carving his name into the annals of Caribbean banditry. Riding on the momentum of this resounding victory, Miami was established as a city, attracting a large influx of people, who redeemed the achievements of the Drake Company with vast sums of gold. Immediately following the Bay of Biscay exercises, Lorraine demonstrated Miami's might with a spectacular live-fire drill. Land prices, fueled by Carmen's hunger marketing campaign, soared even higher, reaching unparalleled heights in the New World. Only then did people realize that land was not just a byproduct of local economic development, it could also serve as a commodity, generating substantial profits for its owners. The real estate industry was reborn. Although Drake wasn't the founder of this industry, there's no doubt that Lorraine showed the world the beauty of systematic hype. More and more high-quality capital was flowing into Miami, and people were eagerly anticipating new hype techniques. But after all the waiting, they were greeted by news of an Indian invasion. Is Miami doomed? Many people asked themselves this question. Some left with such doubts, while others entered with them. Among them were prominent figures, such as Alexander Hamilton, the interim U.S. Secretary of the Treasury, who had left Miami just a few months earlier. A brigantine slowly docked at the much quieter Miami Beach Newport. Hamilton stepped onto the deck, carrying his suitcase, a puzzled expression on his face. Kenway, what are you up to this time? Chapter 529 Rebirths VIE, as it should be. If you ask me, I might be able to provide you with some help, Hamilton, who had not seen him for a long time, said straight to the point. Lorraine had a strange expression on his face. Why? The United States can't wait to show its presence in the international arena just after its founding? Is Spain a suitable target? This is slander, Hamilton said righteously. Spain is not a suitable target. Even if it has declined, it is not something that the United States can afford to offend now. It's rare that you have self-knowledge. Lorraine waved and called Monica over. Tea? Or coffee? Whiskey with ice, thank you. Monica saluted and turned to prepare the wine. Hamilton was looking serious. I told you last time we met that the states were uneasy about the government still controlling a powerful army after the war. They believed it was worthless and would only waste people's tax money. The disbanding of the Continental Army has always been an important topic of discussion in Congress. The two sides have great differences. Mr. Adams hopes to reduce the number of people and increase combat effectiveness through reorganization, while Mr. Jefferson hopes to completely abolish the Continental Army and have the National Guard controlled by the states take on the task of national defense. Lorraine raised her eyebrows. Struggle for military power, you find it incomprehensible. As for the Confederate mentality, it's not that I can't understand it, but the fact that the central government's authority is so weak is indeed a bit beyond my expectation. The wine came up, and Lorraine pushed it across the coffee table. Hamilton took it very naturally and nodded to Monica in thanks. The Federalists have always been committed to forming a strong central government, so it is impossible for us to give up the army. But now the argument in Congress is indeed more inclined towards the state capitals, and cuts are imperative. The key is how much can be retained. A war to repay the support of the Spanish allies is a good stage to demonstrate the value of the Continental Army. Hamilton knocked on the table. I have a proposal. You take the initiative to bear the military expenses, and I will persuade Miami to bear the supplies, and we will bear the pensions ourselves. As long as you nod, I am confident that I can get authorization from Congress within half a month to mobilize at least 2 grenadier regiments. How about it? Not very good. Lorraine crossed his legs. The United States joining the war will not bring me any benefits. In fact, If we don't consider the friendship between us, the appearance of the Continental Army in Miami will only bring trouble. Not that bad. Hamilton opened his mouth. The three tribes besieging Miami are all famous tribal alliances in Florida, with a total population of more than 300,000. Although it has not reached the point of general mobilization, as the losses increase, there won't be a general mobilization. Lorraine slowly raised her glass and took a sip. What Miami wants to show the world is her safety, not her luck. Therefore, the war will end before both sides can no longer bear it. There will be no general mobilization. Hamilton was shocked. Kenway, you are a lunatic. Guiding the emotions of all parties in a direction that is beneficial to me is the most basic business consideration and my duty. I am not a warmonger and I really can't bear your praise. Besides, don't you also plan to use the war to retain the army? You have no right to say anything about me. That seems to be true. By the way, Lorraine put down her glass. You came here this time, are you saying, Mr. President's itinerary has been set. He will visit Boston on April 10th and will stay there for 3 days. The Presidential Security Office has agreed in principle that Mr. President can take the Valkyrie, but they have a condition. Except for you, all the crew members of the Valkyrie must be replaced by the Navy and the Security Office. I think this condition is acceptable. I don't think so, Lorraine answered immediately without thinking. Sailors call the ship her. Their own ship is like their own woman. No matter how lucrative the profit is, there is no reason to offer it with both hands, but you're still on board, aren't you? If you ask, I can help you retain your title of captain. I don't need a title, Lorraine refused. If there's concern for Mr. President's safety, the President may bring as many attendants as the Valkyrie allows, which is 20 at full capacity. I won't give up control of the ship. If you don't want to, please take your own sampan to Boston. Hamilton's face was filled with gloom. Lorraine, you know this is difficult to negotiate. Alexander, you can definitely give it up. Military and financial power are the foundation of a strong government. They've been my lifelong pursuit. How could I possibly give them up, then persuade them to yield? Lorraine vowed, chest puffed out. Don't forget, if our memorandum is approved by the United States Congress, I will become a core member of the coinage board and a major shareholder in the First Bank. As the future purse strings of the American people, I demand trust. That's a given. The brutality of war was a given. The Indians before them retreated like a tide, leaving only smoke and corpses against the setting sun on the desolate prairie, already burned so many times by the wildfires. Mayor de Poigny heard the flagpole signal to advance, signaling a request from the Indians to clean up the battlefield. Another day of fighting ended, and the battlefield would now belong to both sides. Captain Anyue, have the 3rd and 4th companies take over the defense in an orderly fashion. Complete the rotation within 1 hour, with the 8th and 10th companies as the second echelon. Yes, sir. Cleaning the battlefield was a time of absolute peace, a symbol of humanity and civilization. It was always the perfect time for the defenders to change positions. This was actually quite remarkable. There was no strong authority to enforce this rule, and no heavy penalties for violating it. Yet, it was so well executed, regardless of culture or cultivation. Wars around the world recognized its legitimacy, even in battlefields like the Siege of Miami, where the attackers and defenders lived side by side. Objective factors were naturally the primary cause of this. For example, the grasslands used as battlefields were shared lands for both sides. Burning would cause future troubles, so firefighting was crucial. For example, during the warm spring weather, corpses can easily rot and spread, potentially leading to plague. To ensure soldiers die in the best possible health, prompt collection of bodies is essential. In short, maintaining restraint during battlefield cleanup is a shared and recognized obligation by both attackers and defenders. And there's no reason for anyone to break it. Commanders also need time to relax and recuperate. The change of guard took less than half an hour. De Poigny looked at the diligent civilians on the battlefield with a complex expression and sighed with emotion. Captain Anyue, today is the 15th day, right? The first battle was on January 26th. Today is February 11th, 3 days until St. Valentine's Day. To be exact, it's the 16th day since the start of the war, so St. Valentine's Day is almost here. St. Valentine's Day is Valentine's Day. In the 3rd century AD, the Roman Empire was in a state of complete crisis. The economy was in decline, the government was corrupt, and society was in turmoil. The people rebelled. To maintain their rule, the aristocracy used brutal means to suppress the people and Christians. During the repression, a Christian man named Valentine was arrested and imprisoned. While imprisoned, he devoted most of his attention to the warden's beautiful young daughter, rather than pious songs of praise. It's hard to say what reason the warden's daughter had for frequent visits to the prison, but stories indicate they fell in love. Valentine and the warden's daughter were deeply in love, and in prison, this romantic Christian received meticulous care. But good times must come to an end. One day, the ruling class ordered Valentine's execution. Before his execution, he wrote a lengthy suicide note to the warden's daughter, expressing his integrity and deep attachment to her, while also subtly mentioning his innocence. This love letter was delivered intact to the warden's daughter, uncensored like most letters. On February 14, 270 AD, Valentine was formally executed. To commemorate his selfless sacrifice for justice and pure love, Christians designated the day of his execution as St. Valentine's Day, also known as Valentine's Day. Dupuyani laughed helplessly. I've been so focused on the war lately that I actually forgot such an important day. Commander, should I prepare roses for you in advance? I think since it's just Valentine's Day, you can go home and be with your wife. I can go back, but the soldiers can't, right? Dupuyani shook his head. The soldiers are homesick. The army's morale has been low these days, even worse than those civilians carrying bags and corpses. Those civilians, Captain Anyue hesitated. What happened to the laborers? A few days ago, the Drake Chamber of Commerce paid the first salary to the laborers. I heard that not only did they receive the promised octagonal gold coins, but the laborers also received letters from their families. Especially those with outstanding performance seem to have received additional education vouchers from the Drake School. Education vouchers, it is equivalent to a scholarship dedicated to the Drake School. It can be exchanged for a student's 3-year tuition and miscellaneous fees, and even a living allowance. Dupuyani gritted his teeth when he heard this. Our soldiers are bleeding on the front line, but the Drake Chamber of Commerce has not forgotten to win over the hearts of the people. What about the militia I want them to organize? Still refused? Captain Anyue's expression was a little strange, but the 100 Merchants Association headed by Drake provided a batch of weapons for the line corps stationed at the river mouth. After being armed, the line corps has reached the standard of the grenadiers in terms of equipment. But the training cannot keep up for the time being, so, pull up the line regiment. Dupuyani lowered his head dejectedly. What we lack in training must be made up for in actual combat. The Indians have recently reinforced their troops. If we only rely on the grenadiers, we will be bled dry soon. Commander, if we mobilize the line regiment, what about the defense of the estuary area if the Indians make a detour? Didn't Lorraine Drake say that his army would guard the properties of the Drake Chamber of Commerce? Drake's properties in Miami are not limited to Jackdaw and the Academy. There are also large Drake communities in the estuary area. Leave the defense there to him. Right now, we need to focus on victory. We can't take care of anything else. Chapter 530, Rebirth 6, Thunder of Freedom and Equality. Ah, Freya, you brought me bread again, in the cold cage? That was the only warmth God gave me, just like the temperature of your skin, lingering with a faint, refreshing fragrance. That temperature fascinated me so much, I have fallen deeply in love with you, my Freya. Ah, a devout Christian falls in love with a warden's daughter. Today's disaster may be God's punishment for my incest. I shouldn't love you. This love has no source and no reason. Your father raised you with Judas silver coins, so how could he raise such a kind and beautiful girl like you? Why can't I feel resentment in my heart? Why am I obviously covered in wounds? But I only want to sing praises to God's kindness, praise Him for creating you with miracles, and lighting up the end of my life. Is that love? No, you just want her body. Carmen sat in the VIP box of the theater with all her grace, putting on the sweetest smile and making the most realistic evaluation. Fortunately, only 2 people, Sharon and Flamin, were able to hear manager Xavier's live Peking opera performance. Today marked the opening of the Miami Civic Theater. Carmen, representing the General Assembly Asset Management Company, the theater's investor, attended the ribbon-cutting ceremony and was invited to watch the Civic Theater's grand opening play, God, Bars, and St. Valentine, which had been meticulously rehearsed for 2 months. This was a grand event for all of Miami. On the western riverbank, the valiant garrison fought tirelessly against the Indian attack, the rumble of cannons resonating like muffled thunder day and night. The theater's timely opening, especially on St. Valentine's Day in 1786, to present the love story of St. Valentine, a story of profound significance to all Christians, undoubtedly required the efforts of the entire town. It was like a shot in the arm for Miami. The powerful, sticky dialogue and every inflection symbolized the Miamians' unparalleled confidence in victory. Tickets for the opening play sold out a week in advance. The pre-show skit was performed twice at the University of Miami, 3 times at the Garden Market, and an additional performance on the riverbank in the war zone. It was artificially imbued with special significance. Soldiers' families awaited their battle-hardened loved ones, laborers' wives and children blessed their hard-working families, and those far from the battlefields expressed gratitude to the brave warriors on the front lines, wishing for ultimate victory and anticipating the day when a sky filled with colorful flowers would be lit. But no matter how significant this ceremony was to Miami, Carmen still felt a deep sense of disgust. Today was her 26th Valentine's Day, a day so solemn, and she and her subordinates had to watch their ancestors from 1,500 years ago publicly display their affection. She was truly unhappy. Carmen Xavier's resentment boiled over, the pungent smell of vinegar drowning out the faint scent of gunpowder in the air, consuming her restraint and her rationality. Flaming, "Yes, Mom. I'm here, Mom. Go find the manager of the troop and donate £800 to the troop in the name of the asset management company, and then donate £214 each in my own name and in the name of the president." Flaming took out a notebook and wrote down, "Do you need a message?" Message. Carmen tapped her lips and thought for a moment. "Just say that I like the scene where the lovers are separated forever. It symbolizes a spirit that guides the people of Miami to dedicate everything to our town at this special time. I like it very much." Flaming's pen paused. "Oh, Mom, but the play is only in the 3rd act, and Saint Valentine is still in the warden's prison. He is still a long way from being executed. He will eventually be executed." Carmen played with her viewing glasses indifferently. "By the way, was he beheaded? Or hanged? Or maybe burned at the stake?" Unfortunately, history doesn't record how Valentine died. And I heard the screenwriter rewrote Valentine's ending to boost morale in the city. God sent an angel to the execution ground, the warden was reformed, the evil nobles were burned, and Valentine and Freya finally got married. That's about it. Snap. The handle of the opera glasses broke. Carmen squinted and smiled gently. "Ah. So it's a happy ending? Donations can be halved, huh?" The asset management company donated £400, and the president and I each donated £100. As for the message, Carmen threw the opera glasses away and raised her teacup to cover her mouth and nose. "Let their screenwriter read Shakespeare carefully and keep up the good work." Yes. The Siege of Miami. This war must have never happened in Lorraine's previous life. Because in that history, Miami's founder, Richard Fitzpatrick, didn't purchase the land at the mouth of the Miami River from the Seminoles until 1830. Until then, white people had been merely insignificant visitors to this region. It was the Native Americans, or rather the Seminoles of South Florida, who were the undisputed protagonists of this history. The Seminoles thrived on this land, coexisting peacefully with the Spanish settlers in the pioneer towns until the Americans extended their influence. In 1818, during the First Seminole War, the American Expeditionary Force drove the Seminoles into South Florida, but the resilience of the natives came at a heavy price for the United States. In 1835, during the Second Seminole War, whites instigated internal conflict among the Seminoles. This raging, 7-year civil war nearly wiped out the Indian nation. By 1855, during the Third Seminole War, the already weakened Seminoles were no match for the whites. They were massacred and hunted, leaving only a few remaining descendants to flee into the vast swamps of central South Florida, completely losing their status and identity as the stars of Florida's stage. Lorraine knew nothing of this obscure part of history. Ironically, the two histories ultimately converged. The Siege of Miami, orchestrated by him, unfolded in a similar vein to the bloody Second Seminole War, with whites playing a supporting role in Civil War as the primary focus. On January 26, the Achuca Band of the Seminole, a native Florida tribe, launched an attack on the Miami Regiment's defenses, marking the beginning of the Siege of Miami. In the days that followed, fierce clashes ensued between the Native Americans, led by the Achuca Band, and the Spanish Miami garrison on a narrow battlefield less than a kilometer wide. The Spanish possessed superior firepower and fortifications, while the Indians were outnumbered. The scale of the war gradually escalated. After repeated setbacks, the number of Native American troops involved in the battle swelled from an initial 10,000 to over 30,000. The Miami line, temporarily reinforced with firepower, was also transferred from the rear to the front lines, doubling the Spanish forces' participation. Yet, despite the raging battles on the front lines, Miami maintained a remarkably high degree of order. Prices remained stable, goods were in ample supply, the port area remained operational, and even the ubiquitous construction sites were forced to halt operations by less than half. This was simply unbelievable. It was common knowledge that Miami's rapid growth was predicated on an abundant labor force. The Native American tribes of the peninsula were the core suppliers of labor for the construction sites. Just before the siege, the number of Native American workers employed by Miami reached a historic peak, with the Drake Chamber of Commerce's roster alone reaching a staggering 47,000. After the three tribes expressed hostility, the Drake Chamber of Commerce, citing the town's safety, established a perimeter around the Indian work sheds and, according to the roster, escorted a total of 15,000 workers from the three participating tribes out of Miami's jurisdiction. After the war officially began, over 4,000 more voluntarily terminated their labor contracts. However, many more chose to remain, continuing their work methodically amid the rumble of artillery and the vigilance and preparedness of the white men. This meant that even during the Indian siege of Miami town, nearly 30,000 Indians were still receiving Miami's salaries, eating Miami's rations, and contributing to the town's development. Were they friends or enemies? If they erupted in violence, would the flimsy barriers and the guards who guarded them truly be effective? People wondered. Suspicion of the Indians grew as the war progressed, reaching its peak on February 22. On that day, Yixinki, the young chief of the Atraca tribe, led 800 carefully selected warriors from three tribes. They bypassed the riverbank defenses at night and entered the sparsely populated plains. They massacred the settlers in the river valley village near the battlefield. In the early morning of the next day, they attacked from behind and surrounded Mayor de Poigny's battle headquarters, which was located behind the third line of defense. The Spanish were caught off guard, and the first line of defense collapsed in the panic. The large garrison was split into three sections, struggling to hold on against the second, third, and headquarters lines. Panic on the front quickly spread to the towns, with residents flocking to the Bay of Biscay with their families. Lacking a ferry across the bay, the situation quickly devolved into a blockade of the Indian huts. The Drake Guild's preemptive quarantine and security forces prevented the situation from escalating out of control. Fortunately, the blockade did not escalate into a conflict. After a 7-hour stalemate, the leaders of the 100 Merchants Union, led by Lorraine, joined several elegantly dressed elderly Indians in delivering a public address to the Miami Town Council. Lorraine said, "Equality and freedom are the unique charm of Florida. At Fort Mose, Spanish, Indian and African pioneers who came from overseas once fought side by side under the guidance of freedom. In Miami, the British joined, and then the French, Dutch, Portuguese, Norwegians, Finns, Russians, Egyptians, and even the distant Arabs and the even more distant Qing people joined, and one after another, for the first time, mankind has truly united on both sides of the beautiful Bay of Biscay. For a better life together, race, blood, skin color and history are no longer grounds for division. This is our paradise. It is a beacon of freedom and democracy. It is the new land that all mankind should yearn for, but some people have desecrated it for their own selfish desires." The Atraca, Mayanchi and Quilichi tribes were once our good friends and neighbors. Not long ago, their young people were sweating alongside us on the land of Miami. The council hall behind us is the joint masterpiece of the Atraca construction team and the Drake Chamber of Commerce design team, but they have become prisoners of greed. The 72 corpses of River Valley, etched with their eyes wide open, accused them of their crimes. The 227 martyrs who fought bravely on the riverbank front curse their evil. They have made themselves Miami's enemies, a threat to the civilization and freedom of all mankind. We shoulder a heavy responsibility. Fight. Miami must defeat its enemies itself. The flames of hatred can only be extinguished with boiling blood. We must make these greedy villains who succumb to their desires know their mistakes. We must let the gods in heaven see our resolve. We must let the world hear Miami's cry. We have the right to cry out. Because equality is Florida's unique charm, and Miami is the only paradise of freedom. To protect these beauties, we will fight." Lorraine strode forward in front of the Echo Wall in the Capitol Square. For Miami, the Drake Chamber of Commerce will fight. Behind him, Tim Gillen, president of the Gillen Chamber of Commerce, stepped forward. For Miami, the Gillen Chamber of Commerce will fight. The Smith Chamber of Commerce will fight. The semi-chamber of commerce will fight. Soon, all the major merchants had declared their stance. Just as the stunned citizens thought the Miami tycoons were finally about to launch a counterattack, the Indian elders stepped forward, firmly declaring in their aged, slightly broken Spanish, "The Western Yama will fight, the Yuki will fight, the Creek will fight." A myriad of strange accents and seemingly incoherent words echoed through the echoing walls of Capitol Square, mingling and mingling, reaching the ears of every citizen like thunder, shaking the entire Miami sky. That thunder had only a single, resonant, powerful syllable. Guerra, fight. P.S. Guerra means battle in Spanish. Chapter 531 Rebirth XX, Conspiracy and Justice. Later, the Miami Capitol Square speech was seen as a turning point in the siege of Miami. This oath-taking rally, born of a commercial conspiracy, was wielded under the banner of freedom and equality and was elevated to a higher level by civil rights activists. Consequently, even a series of special administrative measures within the Miami area were imbued with a fictitious yet highly motivated political meaning. First, the principle of racial equality, inherited from Fort Mose and widely practiced throughout Florida in recent decades, was widely publicized for the first time. In this propaganda, Spain used this principle to woo blacks and Native Americans to counter British colonial pressure, implementing a hypocritical policy that advocated but did not act. This initiative had largely dissipated during British rule in Florida, and it was not until Miami revived it that the empty rhetoric of racial equality was truly put into practice. Second, it drew inspiration from American grassroots self-government. This political innovation, widely practiced in northern towns and communities, was only briefly and limitedly implemented in Miami. However, the propaganda portrayed the opposite. While the United States is often described as a miser who holds onto precious treasures but keeps them hidden, Miami, on the other hand, has aggressively embraced self-government, leading to a surge in citizens' happiness and sense of community. Finally, there's the privatization of land development, more precisely, the unprecedented privatization of urban planning and real estate value creation. Systematic planning, organizational development, funding, and resource allocation have driven Miami's ever-changing land prices to the brink of collapse. Combined with the massive influx of immigrants, the orderly and rapid urban development, and the overwhelming public cohesion, this has garnered strong support from the capitalists and the powerful, while also drawing the utmost vigilance from state authorities. These events didn't reach Lorraine's ears until early April, a development that was a byproduct, and certainly not the purpose of the war. Lorraine's primary objective has always been the Indians. Officially, the war was part of Miami's real estate development plan. A significant victory would significantly boost Miami's land prices, publicize the city's safety, and attract more immigrants. But in reality, it was part of a broader Miami development plan. Lorraine hoped to use this war to fundamentally weaken the Indians' dominance in Florida and create a lasting environment of stability for Miami's development. This wasn't easy. Florida's Indians belonged to the Seminole tribe. This Spanish-given name originally meant fugitives in Spanish. Over a century ago, their ancestors migrated en masse from the 13 North American states to the Florida swamps, escaping British colonial rule and seeking a peaceful, long-term settlement for their descendants. The swamps were easily defended, far from the coastal areas favored by white people. The Seminoles thrived there for centuries, reaching a population of over 1 million, representing a significant majority of Florida's population, exceeding 80%. Although they were fellow Indians, they differed from the arrogant and closed-minded tribes of Central North America, as well as from the Mosquito, who had abandoned their desire for independence and actively assimilated into the white world. They were familiar with white people, dependent on them, wary of them, and resentful of them. The blood-soaked migration stories passed down by their ancestors shaped in their minds the image of a powerful, almost invincible white man. Centuries of bitter rivalry with the Spanish gave them hope from the depths of despair. This hope was unity. Unity made the Seminoles strong and resilient, and it gave them the courage to challenge the dragon. Every Native American living in Florida understood the importance of unity. While they might constantly engage in small-scale conflicts and struggles for resources like pastures and water, once conflicts escalated to the tribal level, someone would inevitably step forward to mediate. Precisely because of this sensitive racial protection, the Seminoles never experienced large-scale internal wars. Lorraine knew that to break the Seminoles' dominance in Florida, he first had to break this unpleasant tacit understanding. For this reason, when Lorraine decided to establish the Drake Chamber of Commerce at the mouth of the Miami River, its experts had already begun analyzing the Seminoles. Their unity was rooted in tacit understanding, but within that tacit understanding lay a crisis. The powerful Seminoles never truly considered themselves powerful. On the contrary, in their interactions with white people, they always viewed themselves as weak, like a herd of deer to a cheetah. This led to their xenophobia, inferiority complex, and fear. They cautiously extended their reach, retreating into the swamp at the slightest sign of trouble. This was their first national trait, a weak mentality. Furthermore, the Seminoles' ancestors had been persecuted by British colonists in their early years. After migrating to Florida, they were embroiled in a long conflict with the Spanish. Spain was the second white nation to become their enemy, but also the first to ally with them. To resist the British invasion of Florida, Spain and the Seminoles formed an alliance, but this alliance ultimately failed. Spain unilaterally abandoned Florida, handing over the land they had fought so hard for to the British. Setting aside the historical context of continental Europe, it is clear that the Seminoles suffered a shameless betrayal by Spain and Florida alone. They could not trust white people. Centuries of conflict with white people had made their civilization more advanced than that of the Indians of the central continent, while also making them more obsessed with national and tribal independence than those of the Caribbean. This was their second national trait, a victim mentality. Lorraine thus discerned the true nature of the Seminoles, and from then on, in confidential documents within the Drake Chamber of Commerce, Lorraine began to refer to them as herbivorous Indians. Herbivory is a dietary habit. Creatures with this diet are no easier to approach than carnivores, but they possess inherent weaknesses, such as short-sightedness, complacency, lack of aggression, weakness, and, most importantly, ease of taming. The Chamber's advisors quickly developed a comprehensive plan to address these weaknesses. These plans, combined with the Miami Development Plan, resulted in the final Miami Development Plan. Following this plan, the Chamber began to act. Lorraine had access to a purebred Indian tribe, the Mosquito tribe of Khal Drogo, whose totem had yet to be decided. On behalf of the Chamber of Commerce, they engaged the Seminoles, skillfully downplaying Lorraine's English identity and successfully portraying the Drake Chamber of Commerce as a multi-ethnic, egalitarian, and harmless merchant group. They successfully disarmed the Seminoles, and Carmen, Acheron, and the Quechua-speaking Leif soon joined the negotiating team to further reinforce the Chamber of Commerce's image and offer to purchase land from the Seminoles. Lorraine initially chose the mouth of the Miami River, a location favored by whites for colonization due to its proximity to the sea and river, but also considered a wasteland by the Seminoles. The scope of the land purchases subsequently expanded, extending to both sides of the Bay of Biscay, while Lorraine's fundamental principles remained unchanged. Meanwhile, under Carmen's covert manipulation, the negotiating team began to deliberately divide. The land purchases were conducted through barter, with Lorraine offering prices far exceeding those typically associated with white Indian trade, and primarily delivering the most valuable goods, including liquor and muskets. Most of this cargo went to the three tribes closest to Miami, the Atraca, the Mankey, and the Quiliqui. This began to unbalance the power balance among the Seminoles. Construction of Miami began, but this time, Lorraine deliberately avoided the three tribes, prioritizing the hiring of labor from other tribes at exorbitant rates, even for Native Americans. East Florida grew stronger, while West Florida weakened, and the gap in power between the Seminoles gradually widened. Power breeds greed, especially given that East Florida had just lost a vast tract of land like Miami. Even if they had no use for it in the first place, they were psychologically motivated to seek compensation. With a legitimate pretext, bullying became easy. The heavily armed East Florida tribes brazenly encroached on West Florida territory, and the conflict between the two sides deepened and intensified through these frequent skirmishes. Yet, Lorraine underestimated the bonds between the Seminoles. The anticipated Indian Civil War was repeatedly mediated by the venerable shamans. West Florida, forced to align itself with Miami, yielded, while East Florida, experiencing prosperity, grew increasingly aggressive. It was against this backdrop that Miami was established. Officially established as a town, Miami welcomed its first wave of immigration, and the discontent of the East Florida tribes piled up like a mountain on Lorraine's desk. It was only then that Lorraine finally resolved to use Miami to provoke an Indian war. And then, the siege began. In recent years, Lorraine had thoroughly infiltrated Indian tribes, large and small. After all, with a new, well-fed lifestyle to choose from, there were bound to be so-called traitors among the millions who yearned for a civilized life. They might not truly desire to betray their tribe, but the yearning for a new life could easily cloud their judgment, making them more susceptible to believing what they heard. Through these spies, Lorraine spread rumors that the Spanish intended to seize all of Florida from Miami, stirring up hostility among the three tribes and blocking their retreat during negotiations, forcing them into a fight. As the war entered its actual stages, he spread rumors of the fleet's return, sowing doubt among the Indians and inducing them to confine the battle to the small riverbank. Of course, such rumors couldn't last long, as the Indians would test the waters, and the result was the River Valley Massacre. This tragedy was entirely avoidable. While Dupuy, on the front lines, might not have understood the Indians' obsession with the riverbank, Lorraine knew it all. Yet, he made no attempt to avert it. Following the tragedy, the front lines were shaken, and the streets of Miami were filled with hatred and fear of the Indians. Lorraine, channeling the emotions of the entire population, issued a final ultimatum to the tribes of West Florida: would they be Miami's friends or its enemies? Jackdaw Town, the fleet's anchorage. The fully equipped First Fleet was making intensive and orderly preparations for departure. Anne scolded the clumsy new sailor, and when she looked up, she suddenly saw a bright red figure. She snapped her head and stood at attention. "Admiral, come aboard." Attention, the sailors on the deck stopped their work and saluted Catalina. Catalina smiled, touched her chest, and said softly, "Keep working, gentlemen." "Yes, Admiral." Preparations for leaving the port continued. Catalina walked over to Anne. "Where's Fafner?" "The captain is in the chart room," Anne answered in a low voice. "This time we are sailing up the river, and the fleet's maneuverability will be reduced to a minimum. I heard that the Indians occupied the first line of defense on the river beach, and a batch of shrapnel fell into their hands. The captain is very worried." "How many days?" 3 days and 3 nights, and very little sleep." "Annie, do you think I'm putting too much pressure on her?" Catalina fiddled with her hair in frustration. "If we had made a marching plan with her from the beginning, she would have at least gotten more sleep." "Admiral, you're worrying too much." Anne smiled and comforted. "Your trust is Fafna's most precious treasure, and she is happy to do it for you. What's more, no one can interfere with Fafna's combat readiness. We are powerless and can't help her much at all." "That's true," Catalina sighed. "The president asked me to lead the upstream fleet this time, and the first formation is the backbone. You have to open up the river for the fleet and help the Marines to attack Huanglong. This mission is very dangerous. What you can do to help Fafna is to control the emotions of the crew and ensure that her orders are carried out without fail." "Yes." Anne stomped her feet and saluted again. "Fafna is the goddess of victory of the first formation. Even if she takes us to hell, we will sing and go there with joy." "She won't take you to hell," Catalina said. "We represent justice in the world and fight for equality and freedom. God will bless us." "God bless us." Target Miami Beach anchorage, first formation, set sail. Chapter 532, Rebirth Sea, by Anne Leaf. 1786, the sky was overcast, the wind blowing southeast. On the beach of the Miami River, on the eastern section of the third line, the sound of gunfire rang out like a rain of gunfire. "Hurry up, lazybones. Send the sandbags directly to the front lines. Transport the military supplies to the headquarters and store them. Empty the holds as quickly as possible and get the wounded away. Quick, quick, quick." The repeated urging lashed Mr. Bachran's back like a whip. He ached all over, sleep deprived, but he gritted his teeth and carried the sandbags from Sloop's cabin, sprinting a few steps, and dumped them onto the rocky beach. "Mr. Tulla. Hold 1 is empty," Tulla shouted from the rocky beach. "Hold 1 of the Colt is empty. The wounded will board from the port deck, and leave the starboard deck alone." Yes, 4 days earlier, on February 22nd, an Indian contingent had bypassed the beach defenses and entered the Miami. After a night of stealth, they appeared without warning behind the third line and headed straight for the Miami garrison's command post. Mayor Dupuy, a civilian officer seasoned by years of war, was unprepared. Though caught off guard and his men in panic, he managed to mount a highly effective response in the shortest possible time. Relying on the existing simple fortifications at his command post, the field hospital, and the riverbank wharf, he mobilized as many troops and laborers as possible from the surrounding area, deploying a dense defense to delay the enemy's breakthrough, buying time to reinforce the fortifications and establish a defensive perimeter. He made no mistakes, and they were rewarded for their efforts. That day, the Indians, leveraging their overwhelming numerical superiority, launched simultaneous attacks on 4 fronts. The first line of defense collapsed, while the second and third lines lost the riverbank and retreated to their own defenses. Only the command post line, at great cost, managed to maintain its access to the outside world. Even those with little experience of war understood the importance of communication. For 4 consecutive days, the Indians launched relentless attacks on the riverbank wharf. The besieged enemy had been reinforced to 5,000 men. Under the command of Mayor de Piany, the 4 companies of garrison troops and the laborers, who numbered less than 80% of the troops, exerted the fighting power of at least 1,500 men, holding the line firmly and refusing to retreat. But how long can this overdraft last? Mr. Bakran heaved the last 2 boxes of rifles from the hold onto a cart, lifted them with great effort, and stepped off the deck. Below, he saw Mr. Tula, his hair dry and his eyes dark, but his voice as strong and powerful as ever. Seeing Bakran disembark, Tula forced a smile and came forward, taking the heavy pushrod without further ado. Take this time to rest. Our group has to reinforce the hospital perimeter in half an hour, the furthest stretch. Bakran sighed deflatedly. There's nothing we can do. There's a shortage of manpower everywhere, and everyone has to do the work of several people. This is the same for everyone, and the mayor is no exception. Mr. Mayor? Commander, Mr. Tula nodded. I heard that the mayor organized the civilian and medical staff in the command center into the 4th Labor Group, and he himself is the team leader. In order to resist the attack of the Indians, there are no more important people in the position. Then why don't we go by water? If we gather more transportation capacity, it won't be difficult to transport 1,000 people out at once, because Miami is behind us, and we have no way to retreat. Mr. Tula's voice was low. I'm sorry, there's something I've been hiding from you. The Indians who attacked us raided River Valley Village on a roundabout way. None of the 72 villagers survived. They committed a massacre. Mr. Bakran sat down on the ground. Massacre, massacre, a real massacre, Mr. Tula said. The Indians impaled them on spears and nailed the spears to the ground. Men, women, young and old were all included. I heard that when the patrol team found them, several people were not dead yet. They were nailed alive. Bakran's pupils shrank into pinholes. Elk Woodland. As soon as the tragedy in River Valley Village happened, the Drake Chamber of Commerce issued an evacuation notice to the whole town. The Cheyenne district all took refuge in the College District. With the help of the Chamber of Commerce's carriage, they should have arrived safely by now. Really, is that so? That's great, but if we give up resistance, Tula gritted his teeth, Miami is behind us, and we have to buy time for reinforcements. If we let this group of savages rush into the town, our families, I know. Mr. Bakran jumped up and firmly snatched the putter back from Mr. Tula's hand. For Raoul and Sophia, Tula, before he finished speaking, a loud shout came from the dock behind him. The Blue Dew is moored opposite. 2 people go to connect the ropes. Tula turned his head curiously. Blue Dew? The cold clearly said they were the last ship today. What exactly is this Blue Dew? The ship docked, and Tula's eyes suddenly widened. Is this a pansy, a white pirate flag? At the battle command post, Mayor de Piany stared gloomily at Lorraine, who had come to him without notice. President Drake, with all due respect, I completely failed to understand your actions. What did I do? Lorraine crossed his legs. What did I do? This war, de Piany spoke in a resounding voice. At the beginning, the number of Indians was less than 10,000. I repeatedly invited you to help me drive out the enemy, and each time, you refused without hesitation. Now the war has been going on for a month. We have repelled the enemy countless times, but the number of Indians has not decreased, but has at least tripled. We have also lost the advantage of terrain. My troops were scattered on this unobstructed river beach, and the main forces of the 2 regiments have no news. I can't even guarantee how long they can resist. Thanks to you, we are about to lose. The order to hold on that I issued should have been successfully delivered to you. You should now seize the time we have bought with our lives to evacuate the citizens, instead of running to me alone to say goodbye to my body. What on earth are you expecting? Repentance? Forgiveness? Probably. Just don't want to miss out on history. Lorraine's teasing response made de Piany's veins bulge, and he almost jumped up. But Lorraine didn't give him time to get angry and continued on his own. First, let me explain to you why I refused to join the war earlier. Although I think this explanation is completely unnecessary, I must admit that I overlooked something. You are not of noble birth, and you have no experience in staff positions. Lorraine crossed his fingers and placed them lightly on his knees. Personally, the Drake fleet is a private armed force under the Drake Chamber of Commerce. It is true that I own most of the land in Miami, but Miami is already a Spanish colonial town. In any case, since I have not defaulted on taxes, the garrison has the obligation to protect me and my property and land. As for whether to provide assistance, that is my right. However, publicly, the Drake Chamber of Commerce is still England's privateering Chamber of Commerce. My military stance only exists under the sole condition of the motherland's call, nothing else. It is inappropriate for me to provide military support to Spain without England's permission. It is contrary to my loyalty to my motherland, and it is also a betrayal of the Virgin Queen who issued a privateering license to the Drake family, and the kindness of His Majesty Georgian who guaranteed that my privateering rights would always be valid. In other words, no matter from an emotional or logical point of view, I have no legitimate participation in this war. A certain degree of support is already the greatest contribution I can make to you and the garrison. I have a clear conscience and no need to repent. Then why am I here in front of you again today? Lorraine took a breath, flipped his hand, and took a brand new contract from Ebley. This is, Dupuini took it doubtfully. This is conscience. Lorraine exhaled softly and helped Dupuini turn to the main text of the contract. The River Valley Massacre trampled upon Florida's traditions and the beauty of human civilization. No one with a conscience can sit idly by and watch this thug run rampant. To avenge the victims of River Valley, the Miami City Council has authorized City Hall to form a volunteer corps. Its members include 22 chambers of commerce operating in Miami and 13 Indian tribes in West Florida. The total number of troops is 26 volunteer corps with over 30,000 men, an expeditionary fleet of 47 ships, and 4 regiments of volunteer Marines with 5,000 men. We are ready to fight at any time, but the prerequisite is that as the current mayor of Miami, you must first provide the volunteer corps with weapons. Provide weapons. Dupuini flipped through the contract blankly, and suddenly saw a few shocking lines in the fine print on the second page. Details 3, 6, 1. Miami City Hall will purchase 10,000 Type 2 Brown base rifles from Drake Maritime Group Gun Foundry at an agreed price of £36 per unit. Details 3, 6, 2. Miami City Hall will purchase 30,000 old model long guns that are at least 70% new from Drake Americas at an agreed price of £26 per unit. He hurriedly turned to the next 2 pages and quickly found the other keys. Details 7, 2, 9. Party A, Miami City Hall, authorizes Party B, Drake Chamber of Commerce Asset Management Company, to act as the agent for the armed affairs of the Volunteer Army. The scope of agency is limited to the purchase of military equipment, settlement of payment, distribution and issuance of military equipment. Details 9, 5, 1. Party B shall advance all payments for transactions involved in this contract. Party A shall pledge 30% of the City Hall's transaction tax for the next 50 years and repay it by withholding or self-financing, with an annual interest rate of 5.7%, without rolling interest. You are blackmailing me. I will never accept this contract. The contract is signed by Sir Tusula at the end, and he has approved it, Lorraine said slowly. Sir, approved. Dupuini flipped through the contract to the last page and saw Sir Tusula's handwritten letter. Why? Because you underestimate the significance of this war. It will be a sacred war, controlled only by Spain, with no room for any individual to interfere. Lorraine stood up and shoved the pen, sealing wax, and candlestick in front of Dupuini. Come on, Mr. Mayor, buy it, and leave it. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 533 Rebirths Xi, Run to Hell. 1786, a massive fleet sailed up the Miami River under cover of darkness. A total of 47 warships, arranged in pairs abreast, formed a long snake along the unoccupied left bank. Rows kept as close together as possible and rows at least 30 meters apart. Under a blackout order, not a single lantern was lit in the entire fleet. A single, unregulated small boat, acting as a guide, was wedged between the line of ships and the river bank, relying solely on limited illumination and flag signals to control distance and mark the shoreline. This nighttime navigation method was clearly the antithesis of safety. The Miami River, originating at Indian Lake in the Florida Everglades, stretches 260 kilometers. Its winding course and complex hydrology are particularly evident in its middle reaches, which are riddled with silt shoals and sharp bends. Even the Valkyrie, with its shallow draft, would have been highly susceptible to grounding, forcing it to be excluded from the expeditionary fleet. Even ships, even those with less than the Valkyrie's draft, could navigate the shoals with limited markings, but were still at risk of shipwreck. At this moment, the value of boat handling skills was minimized. Concentration and rigidity were the only way to survive. On Fafnir Hanji's tactical board, this was considered an acceptable risk. The other side of the river was pitch black. The deep black background made it impossible to distinguish distance and depth, and was dotted with flickering bright yellow lights, like randomly slapped stickers, illuminating a small patch of the surrounding landscape. The outlines of the campfires were easy to discern, and by connecting all the campfires into line, the scope and size of the Indian camp could be deduced. The Indians were still very alert. Even without a telescope, Fafnir's eyes had already caught 3 groups of patrols, proving that her vigilance was correct. If the lights of the night sailing were not obscured, the mere width of the Miami River, just a few dozen meters below, would have exposed the expeditionary fleet's whereabouts, and any subsequent surprise attack would have been a pipe dream. The command post's battle zone. This section of the battle zone lies 1 kilometer downstream from the third line of defense, while the second line of defense is 500 meters upstream. Another 500 meters further is the impending doom of the Fallen Fleet, the first line of defense armed with shrapnel shells. Fafnir clenched her fists. A sudden, gentle weight on her shoulders startled her, and she reached out to touch a thin blanket. She looked up, hazily catching sight of Katerina's beautiful face close at hand. "Miss Katerina, are you nervous?" Katerina asked softly. Fafnir nodded, blushing. The chairman said that engaging warships and land artillery in a barrage is the most foolish act. I never imagined I'd ever give such an order. One direct hit would turn our ship into torch, but they're not afraid. Katerina pointed to the gentle clatter of maneuvers behind them. Sailing at dawn is a unique experience. Even on board, without light, it's difficult to discern the crew's movements or the scene aboard. Everything exists in the imagination. Catalina reached out and pulled Fafnir into her arms, resting her head on her soft breasts and playfully ruffling her voluminous hair. Your plan was perfect. It protected your crew to the greatest extent possible and accurately conveyed your feelings to them. For the Admiral, that was more than enough. Sailors are warriors, Fafnir, Catalina said. From the moment they boarded the ship, they prepared for death. In this respect, there's no difference between pirates, sailors, and merchants. Only those who don't fear death can live long under God's blessing. Only a good admiral can bring victory and reward. Your crew possesses both treasures, they are the lucky ones. The fleet glided silently through the darkness. As new light drifted, they had passed through the command post and reached the third line of defense, which had been besieged for so many days. Catalina regretfully let go of Fafnir and carefully smoothed her disheveled hair. "I'm going to the landing formation," she said with a smile. "As long as you firmly believe in your heart that our death can bring us victory, then boldly order us to die. Please trust our trust in you." "Yes, Miss Katerina." Dawn, the first line of defense. Fafnir pulled the thin blanket off her shoulders, carefully folded it, smoothed it, and hugged it tightly to her chest. Anne, the first mate of the Mistral and the person she trusted the most, was standing beside her. "Inform the entire formation, light the lookout lights," she said firmly in a small voice. Anne stood at attention and echoed, chanting, "Light the lookout lights, light the lookout lights, light the lookout lights." The clear voice drifted against the night wind, like thunder in the river, one after another, passing back in rows. "Starboard, ready, all shotguns loaded, burst, rapid fire, starboard, ready, shotgun burst, half sail to windward, decks in position, half sail, windward formation, fire crew, level 1, all formations, level 2, fire crew, level 1, formations, level 2, 30-meter spacing, staggered, free fire, 30-meter spacing, scattered, all ships, free fire." Fafnir gritted her teeth, pausing for less than a second. "Full lights, target the first line of defense, land." Drake's first formation, engagement commenced. All lanterns lit, land attack commenced, set sail, attack. In the blink of an eye, the Miami River lit up with 1,000 tiny stars, the weak lanterns radiating light, illuminating the first formation, hidden in the night. 11 gunboats, their vibrant white pansy flags waving, swerved against the wind from the left bank of the river toward the battlefield on the right. Their starboard guns opened, their black muzzles pointed forward. The Indians stationed on the front line stared in disbelief at the sudden and imposing appearance of the fleet, their voices uttered unconsciously. "White, it's a white fleet, everyone get up. The white fleet is attacking, everyone get up. Enemy attack, tear off the gun covers, turn the guns. Turn the guns immediately. Engage, engage, how the hell did they get here? When did they get here? Boom boom boom. Bombard." The roar of artillery roared as, midway through the broad Miami River, the brightly lit First Fleet launched a powerful assault on the Indian land batteries. Shotgun shells rained down on the battlefield, tearing bodies apart and setting tents ablaze. The Indians quickly launched a counterattack. Frightening shrapnel shells, powered by Spain's cutting-edge 8-pounder land-based light guns, soared into the air, scattering flames and shrapnel in midair, coating the river's surface. This was a warship's hell. Floating upstream and into the wind, the warship's maneuverability was reduced to a minimum. Even the Indian gunners, unskilled in artillery, could maintain a decent hit rate at ranges less than 500 meters. Less than 5 minutes into the engagement, the mainsail of the Sea Parrot was ablaze. The brave fire crew extinguished the flames in 2 minutes, but the nearby dark Champagne was immediately hit by 2 direct shells, its massive hull reduced to a towering torch in the blink of an eye. The crew's cries echoed across the heavens and earth. Catalina gritted her teeth as she stood at the bow of her ship, with the command ships of all 12 participating guilds at her back. The First Fleet undertook the most dangerous task of upstream migration. Drake's warriors dressed themselves up as beacons, attracting the attention of the Indians and those terrifying shrapnel. Admiral Hanji left us half a waterway. She promised me an hour to pass through it. This is the time the First Fleet has lost. The small boats can't catch up with the large ships upstream at full speed, so there are no pilots and no lights are allowed. I require the landing fleet to pass through the 1-kilometer channel ahead within half an hour. Any ships stranded halfway will abandon their ships. The carrying troops must protect the guides on board and instead travel to their destination by land. Our target is Indian Lake in the middle of the swamp, the ancestral home of the Seminoles and the heartland of Achuca and Quilich, 2 of the culprits of this war. We must penetrate it. Gentlemen, please remember our mission. Our action is not to end the war, but to start a new, greater war. The future of Florida is in our hands. Now I order the landing fleet to set sail and set sail. Snap. A silent and solemn response sounded. Amidst the blazing flames, the roar of cannons, the shrill screams and passionate battle cries, 36 gunboats loaded with Marines hoisted their sails. The Admiral has given orders. Set sail. Chapter 534. Rebirth 23, Dilemma. The Florida Peninsula was engulfed in battle. In the early morning hours of February 27, the Miami Volunteer Expeditionary Fleet launched a surprise surface attack on Indian artillery positions, the garrison's first line of defense, which had fallen during the siege. All 11 ships of the Drake Chamber of Commerce's 1st Division bore the brunt of this assault. Despite facing unfavorable conditions, the crews displayed incredible bravery and remarkable execution. Facing overwhelming odds, the 1st Division, using saturation grab and shotgun shells at close range, forcibly suppressed the Indian artillery positions for 47 minutes. During this time, the Grey, Merlin, Sea Parrot, Champagne, and Hydrangea were sunk, resulting in a total of 427 casualties. However, their objectives were perfectly achieved. In those 47 minutes of blood and fire, a 36-ship landing force, comprised of representatives from various chambers of commerce, forced its way through the blocked river. Sailing without lights at night, 6 warships ran aground, and 2 collided during the breakout. These damaged ships fell victim to Indian artillery fire after daybreak, resulting in 59 men missing in action. A total of 28 ships, loaded with Marines, charged into the unprotected middle reaches of the Miami River. 4 days later, the landing force, having sailed upstream to Indian Lake, disembarked 2,500 heavily armed volunteer Marines, led by 800 East Florida Indians, unleashed a bloody siege on the Great Marsh. According to incomplete statistics, over 50 Indian villages were destroyed during this expedition, over 2,000 people perished in the fighting, and tens of thousands lost their homes and became displaced. The Achuca and Quilechi tribes, the most powerful in West Florida, were severely weakened by the conflict. The Mainchi, whose main settlement was along the edge of the swamp, narrowly escaped the expedition, but they were left in a state of panic and fear. Furthermore, on land, at dawn on February 27, the volunteer fleet launched its assault. At noon the same day, the even larger volunteer army, divided into 3 groups, launched a simultaneous assault on the second and third lines of defense and the command post area. The atrocities committed by the West Florida Indian tribes in the River Valley Village ignited the wrath of a noble people in Florida who yearned for freedom, peace, and justice. This war, waged under the guise of Miami revenge, was no longer limited to the 10,000 or so registered Miamians. With the arrival of the volunteer army, it truly became a decisive clash between good and evil on the Florida Peninsula. The powerful volunteer army, formed by the Miami labor community, labor-intensive chambers of commerce, black regiments registered in Fort Mose, and East Florida Indians, comprised 27 regiments totaling 32,400 soldiers. 9 white, 3 black, and 15 Indian. Miami City Hall, regardless of cost, covered the arms and equipment for 24 of these regiments. The remaining 3 regiments consisted of the Fort St. Augustine Grenadiers, veterans of the Revolutionary War, temporarily disguised as militia. Logistics were handled by the Florida Governor's Office, while procurement and distribution were handled by the 100 Merchants Association. At the invitation of the Miami Town Council, the Spanish governor of Florida, the renowned Spanish Army General Sir Tussera, personally assumed the crucial position of commander-in-chief of the volunteer army. His deputy commanders were the mayor of Miami, still under siege, the garrison commander, Mr. Dupuini, the East Florida Indian representative, Mr. Sasichi, chief of the Yama West tribe, and Mr. Ben Span, a representative of the Miami Chamber of Commerce and secretary of the 100 Merchants Association's Miami office. At noon on February 27, the volunteer commander-in-chief, Sir Tussera, issued the order to lift the siege. Over the next 2 hours, fighting began in the command post, second line, and third line sectors. Although the volunteers were not superior in equipment or manpower, the 3 regiments of the Fort St. Augustine Grenadiers served as the spearhead, inflicting heavy casualties on the West Florida Indians besieging the city with their unparalleled tactical prowess. The fighting continued into the 7th day. On March 5, news of the heavy losses in the Great Swamp reached the Miami battlefield, throwing the Indians into disarray. The besieged Miami garrison, in conjunction with the volunteers, launched a dual attack from both inside and outside, finally breaking the Indian siege. The West Florida Indians were routed, with over 1,000 killed and 5,000 captured in the first battle alone. The Achuca chief, Ahinchi, was captured alive and convicted of war crimes 2 days later, and executed in Miami's Capitol Square. Nearly another month passed. Pansy Manor was bathed in spring sunshine. At Drake's villa on the lakeside, Lorraine, Sir Tussera, Carmen, and Mayor Dupuini were enjoying tea. It was as if time had returned to a few months ago, the same 4 people in St. Augustine discussing Miami's future. However, the atmosphere was noticeably more harmonious. Sir Tussera took a sip from the teacup before him, a look of aftertaste lingering on his face for a long, long time. Worthy of English tea. Good tea, Carmen chuckled. A vein in Sir's face twitched. What? Manager Xavier, do you think I'm wrong? How dare a mere businessman question Sir Praise? I'm laughing at the president. All his scheming, but in the end, it was all in vain. Mayor Dupuini, wary of the sensitive word scheming, shook the cup in his hand. Mr. President, today we are close comrades. Are you secretly plotting something, Mr. Mayor, you misunderstood. Lorraine gave Carmen a look with a helpless smile. In fact, in order to entertain the Sir, Monica specially went to ask for advice on the authentic Madrid blend. Today's tea is Spanish tea, and Carmen's schemes, this explanation could not be completed at all. The atmosphere had dropped to freezing point before Lorraine finished speaking. Sir Tussera held the teacup awkwardly and grunted for a long time. What I mean is that Britain is worthy of being the home of tea. Even if it is to make Spanish tea, it is much more authentic than what most Spanish blenders make. I see. Thank you for the compliment. The small talk ended early, and the Sir put down the cup and adjusted his expression. Drake, I have good news for you. His Majesty has sent a message of praise for the Miami War. Although there is no plan to fully develop the Florida colony yet, the special funds for the war have been allocated. Only 50% of the budget of £3 million has been blocked, and the financial plan of pledge entrustment that you proposed has also been highly praised by the Ministry of Finance. You shouldn't have said in the report that the plan was proposed by me. Although I feel a little sorry for you, I think the administrative praise from the Spanish court should not be of much use to you, so, that's right, you don't need to apologize for it. The same plan comes from you, which is good governance, but from me, it's just an ordinary business of goods first and money later. Lorraine waved his hand indifferently. But it's no secret that Spain's finances are much tighter than I imagined. Half of the budget of only £3 million has been blocked. The so-called pledge commission has been well received, which to some extent means that the colonies are asked to bear the war expenses themselves. It's too ugly. Sir Tusela looked honest and didn't understand. Is that so? I really don't understand where your sense of war comes from. Lorraine rubbed his eyebrows helplessly. Anyway, just say it. I guess the reason you came today must be that you must have felt that with a limited war budget, we can't completely expel the Indians in West Florida to New France as originally planned. Sir Tusela's face suddenly darkened. Indeed, I didn't expect that so much would be blocked. Logistics is the blood of war, Lorraine said. According to your original idea, the war funds will offset most of the expenses of launching the war and forming a volunteer army. I also promised you that as long as the cash flow of the Miami Chamber of Commerce is guaranteed, we can provide you with a steady stream of logistical support. Now it seems that your expectation has failed. On the issue of forming a volunteer army, the Drake Chamber of Commerce has squeezed its profits to the lowest level. The Miami gun factory is a Type 2 Brown Bess foundry officially authorized by England. For every gun produced and traded, we not only have to pay commercial taxes to Miami, but also licensing fees to the English Ordnance Department. The resale of second-hand guns also requires storage and transportation costs. As far as I know, the quotation principles of other chambers of commerce on the issue of volunteers are not much different from ours, not to mention Carmen squeezing out the premium in the middle. As businessmen, we can look forward to the vast market and peaceful business environment that this war will bring us in the future, but first we have to survive the present, and the £1.5 million on the books is really not enough to attract us to increase our investment. Mayor de Poigny's face flushed with anxiety. Mr. President, but as far as I know, the land price in Miami has tripled within a month because of this war. You say you are unprofitable, right? The land value is the result of Carmen's painstaking efforts. I don't deny it's related to our successive victories in the war, but the two are not directly related, Lorraine interrupted forcefully. It's like I lent you money to tide you over, and my other investments made money along the way, but you're using that as an excuse to write off the loan. It doesn't make sense, it's ridiculous, but you, and the other gentlemen who participated in the volunteer army, the city hall has already promised to cover all your losses in the war. You haven't actually lost anything, have you? Mayor de Poigny protested fiercely, but Lorraine remained unmoved. The fundamental condition for a pledge is that the creditor survives until the repayment date. If the Chamber of Commerce that provided you with the funds goes bankrupt before the City Hall repays, the City Hall's credit will also be ruined. Are you willing to bear the consequences of the government's bankruptcy? Furthermore, even if you are willing, what will happen to the reputation of the Sir for his good governance? What will happen to the Sir's political future? Lorraine looked at Sir Tusela earnestly. Sir, a war will certainly add a highlight to your military career, but what I want to give you today is advice beyond military matters, on how to demonstrate your governance and financial management skills. In the considerations of civilian officials, these are more important reference items than military ability. How far has the war progressed? Under your command, we have crushed the resistance of the West Florida Indians on a wide front. You conquered the entire northern Florida, opened up transportation between the Miami and the Great Swamp, and brought back the expeditionary force that was isolated and deep in the enemy's territory. We indeed failed to eliminate the enemy fundamentally, but if you stop now, you have endless land to sell to the eager plantation owners, and tens of thousands of prisoners of war to be converted into slaves to enrich the plantation labor force. Don't forget that land can give us much more than just soil. There is also gold, silver, copper, iron, coal, timber. Resources need to be carefully developed. The land you conquered this time alone is enough for you to exhaust the next few terms. Then what will happen if you continue the war? You will gain ultimate victory, the glorious title of Indian killer, more slaves, and the complex terrain of the Florida Everglades. The Everglades are Indian hunting grounds. Even if you conquer them, no one will be willing to entrust their lives there. For a fleeting fame, you're forcibly overdrawing Florida's future finances. This is the truth behind the continued war. The highly suggestive proposal abruptly ended at its climax. Lorraine looked at Tusula, who looked back at Lorraine. From a soldier's perspective, Sir Tusula muttered to himself after a long moment, from a soldier's perspective, it's truly a dilemma. Chapter 535 Poisson d'Avril. April 1st, April Fool's Day. In 1582, France officially adopted the Gregorian calendar, introduced by the Pope. This replaced the traditional April 1st start of the year and designated January 1st as New Year's Day. However, human nature is inherently individual. Whenever reform is involved, even if there are no supporters, there are always opponents. The new calendar and new policies were naturally met with strong opposition from some diehards, and their methods of opposing the reforms were: 1. New Year's greetings on April 1st 2. New Year's gifts on April 1st 3. New Year's balls on April 1st. Honestly, a villain like this, who keeps to himself and tries not to cause trouble, would be a role model for future generations, worthy of being hailed as a role model and widely publicized to guide social progress. However, the self-disciplined French never tolerate any internal enemies. Supporters of reform mocked them at every turn. Cruel and ruthless individuals exploited the conservatives' trust, showering them with insulting gifts and inviting them to imaginary gatherings. After they fell for their tricks, they were met with cries of Poisson d'Avril, April Fool, regardless of the occasion. The conservatives quickly became the laughingstock of the nation and soon vanished from social life. The reformers, however, triumphed greatly. To celebrate and commemorate their victory, they perpetuated the expulsion of their political opponents as a tradition, which gradually evolved into the annual national celebration it is today. It was a tradition steeped in malice. Lorraine believed that annihilating his enemies would only destroy his alliances, embezzle his wealth, eliminate his life, and deprive his family of any hope of revenge. He would never, like the French, relentlessly mark their positions. This was a case in point, the Indian Wars. Lorraine needed the Florida Indians to be a force for Miami's development, not a hindrance. That's why he meticulously sought to break up their communities, dismantle their solidarity, and destroy their advantages. But no matter how much harm he inflicted, he would never deny the Indians' past philosophy of survival and approach to life. This was the bottom line, but also hypocrisy. The simple yet unkind Indians had no idea what trap they had fallen into. They only knew that, unnoticed, the power gap between East and West Florida, once evenly matched, had suddenly shifted. Unnoticed, East Florida began to bully, and the ban on fighting, originally intended to protect tribal peace, became an accomplice to their oppression. Still unnoticed, East Florida suddenly became irreconcilable with the whites, leaving West Florida unable to even sit on the sidelines. Forced to choose between its own people and the whites, they had to choose their side. Even the course of the war unfolded like a dream. One moment, East Florida was besieging Miami, seemingly poised to crush its resistance and burn this 2-year-old, yet incredibly prosperous, city to the ground. In the next moment, the previously weak West Florida broke the Indian alliance, a pact held for centuries. Even more powerful white troops, fearless black legions, and the East Floridans were defeated. In a blink of an eye, they lost all of the vast, flat North Florida. Forced into the swamps, with West Florida's full support, the whites seemed on the verge of a final, undisputed victory. But the whites gave up. Foregoing the chance to deliver a decisive blow, they stopped outside the swamps and began consolidating the prime lands they had already secured. At first, the East Floridans could hardly believe what they had suffered. West Florida's pressure intensified, their offensive intensified after the whites withdrew. Only after several cautious counterattacks and probing attempts did they truly believe the whites had shown mercy and forsaken their chance to destroy them. Who was the enemy? The East Florida tribes looked with confusion at their relentless pressure on one side and the complacent, conservative whites on the other. The United Tribes of East Florida were established 4 days after Lord Tessera issued his proclamation to cease hostilities. Just 2 days after their founding, they raided the Apache's lair on the shores of Lake Ponsula, north of the Great Plains, and impaled the chief, sub-chief, and shaman on their totem pole. The retreat of the whites did not halt the Indian Wars in Florida. On the contrary, the wars became bloodier than ever, yet they no longer had anything to do with the whites. The news was passed back to Drake's house and to Lorraine's desk. Lorraine and his companions looked at the blood-stained handwriting with the word Yuki spelled on the parchment with complicated expressions. They sincerely hoped that what the salesman sent back was just a poisson d'avril filled with malice. The silence was broken by Lorraine. "How is the settlement of the volunteers going? The expeditionary force, the Chamber of Commerce and the community militia have been disbanded, and the expeditionary fleet has returned to their respective affiliations. Only the Fort Mose Legion was retained by Sir Tusula." Catalina flipped through the documents. "North Florida needs new troops to garrison. Judging from his arrangements, he plans to incorporate the Fort Mose Legion into the regular system. He wants to give the entire North to the blacks. It should be a mixed organization," Catalina said. "The 2nd Grenadiers Regiment of Fort St. Augustine has not been reorganized. Considering the area of North Florida, the strength of 4 regiments is not too much. It sounds like the Sir actually has plans to build a city." Lorraine raised his voice curiously. "He has a plan, but he can't spare the budget in a short period of time. The best he can do is build a military fortress with wood to boost investors' confidence." Carmen yawned boredly. "Plantation investment. North Florida will definitely be dominated by plantations. But I heard that the Jazz has found a silver mine and an iron mine from Indian records, and I plan to let the mining company take them all." Lorraine thought about it and nodded. "Let the wholly owned Chamber of Commerce with Spanish background negotiate, and then transfer it to Drake's name in 3 to 5 years. We were too ostentatious about the Miami incident and forced the Jazz to withdraw troops. I can feel that the Jazz is wary of us. I'll take care of it." Kren tapped the document in front of him. "In terms of payment for goods, the asset management company has completed the payment of the war funds, and the money is not sufficient. Carmen asked us for advice. Considering the feelings of other members of the association, Chuck Parker and I took the initiative to reduce our share. Of the £1.5 million of war funds, the Maritime Group only took $680,000, the American branch took $220,000, and the Direct Fleet took $160,000. The rest was distributed to other chambers of commerce in proportion. We're now the largest creditor to Miami City Hall, with a total debt of £830,000. That sounds like a good savings. But because you generously decided not to compound interest and didn't ask the City Hall for a tax exemption, our actual profit margin isn't very high. Carmen told me that even ignoring inflation over the next 10 years, the total profit margin on this production is only 17% at best." Kren was unusually fussy, shocking Lorraine. He sighed heartily. "Kren, seriously, you're more of a businessman now than ever." The German's face flushed crimson, and he muttered for a long time, his mouth gaping. "This is an ugly war. Aside from money, I can't think of anything else worth pursuing." The scars everyone avoided were finally exposed, bloody and grievous. Lorraine raised an eyebrow. "As for money, there's actually a lot to be made. Since the surrounding threats have been eradicated, land values in Miami have increased several times over. Just around the Gulf of Mexico, our land values are now comparable to New Orleans, and the vitality of our towns far surpasses New Orleans. As for whether this is an ugly war," Lorraine glanced at Karen. "I suddenly have an idea. Carmen, allocate a sum of money based on the estimated profits from this business to Karen to establish an Indian labor company." "Huh?" Carmen was puzzled, Karen was puzzled, and everyone present was puzzled. The Indian Wars, instigated by Drake, spiraling into the bloody abyss, certainly rankled their consciences, but they were privateers, not biblical saints. They had done nothing wrong before, and there was no need to atone for their actions now. Why had Lorraine suddenly softened? Faced with everyone's confusion, Lorraine shrugged helplessly. "I don't understand." Everyone nodded. "Carmen, how long has the Miami project been halted? Because of a labor shortage, less than 10% of the work is barely underway. That's the reason for redemption," Lorraine said with a smile. "In North America, the biggest weakness of white people is a lack of manpower. Miami immigration is booming, but there are only a little over 10,000 registered immigrants right now. By the end of the year, it will probably barely exceed 20,000. With 20,000 registered immigrants and 30,000 temporary residents, the available idle labor force will be no more than 2,000. This means we can't rely on white people to complete our planned progress. We can respect the Indians' choice to kill each other. We don't have to harbor guilt. We only started it. The decisions were made by them from beginning to end." Lorraine placed her palms flat on the table. "They have the right to squander their lives and their futures, but my friends, they have no right to let Miami's prosperity bury them. We need to correct their mistakes. Even Carmen was confused by Lorraine's bandit theory. She stuttered as she tried to organize her words, trying her best to express her thoughts accurately. I think war is the top priority for those tribes right now. Even if we offer a high price, they are unwilling to provide us with their young and middle-aged men. Of course they are unwilling to provide the young and middle-aged men of their own tribe. The old, weak and sick are of no value to us. But the war in the Great Swamp is very fierce. And they have more than just young people who are willing to fight for them. Lorraine stood up, pacing in circles as usual to think, perfecting the light bulb that suddenly came to his mind. Establish an Indian labor company with mosquitoes as shareholders, recruit naturalized Seminoles to do business, go deep into the tribes in the Great Plains, and use supplies to exchange for young, intact prisoners of war and slaves. Once those prisoners of war and slaves arrive in Miami, immediately free them from slavery, sign redemption contracts with them, and use their freedom to purchase their labor. Florida's tradition of abolition has lasted for more than 50 years. We are doing this to cater to mainstream civilization, and no one will regard us as heretics. This way we can buy sufficient labor at a low price. Our salesmen have witnessed a brutal war and saved their compatriots, which helps them to redeem their own happy lives. The new laborers have experienced a brutal war and harbored hatred for their compatriots, but they have been redeemed by us, and they will only be grateful to us. Oh, right. We can also allow them to redeem their own family members by name, and the cost will be included in their redemption contracts. The concept of home will help further enhance their loyalty to Miami. Even if we don't tamper with the prices of the old and the young, this is a very profitable business. And, household registration. Lorraine slapped his head. Having just experienced the siege, the people of Miami cannot help but be wary of the Seminoles. Accepting a large number of naturalized citizens in a short period of time will have a negative impact on the stability of the town, and the result of treating them the same as white people will not be much different. The Seminoles who have completed their redemption period will not enjoy immigration benefits. Let them work for us with peace of mind. If they want to have household registration, they must purchase real estate in Miami with their own ability and savings. This is roughly my idea for the labor company. The details still need further consideration, but in principle, it is to clearly mark the price for prisoners of war. We purchase labor, use labor to accelerate the construction of Miami, and use labor to attract industry to move in. Industrial production can stimulate port trade can attract immigrants, prosper the town, and enhance the overall value of Miami, forming a closed loop that is conducive to a healthy development. Poisson d'avril, even an April Fool's Day proposal doesn't have to be stupid. Lorraine looked at Karen proudly. Now it's up to you, Karen. Are you willing to squeeze the last value out of the Seminoles? I do. Karen stood up and said solemnly, to be more precise, I will do my duty. Chapter 536, Call from Boston. Wind. Strong wind. Bitter gale. The wind lashed like a knife, the setting sun shone like blood. The mingling of day and night swirled in clouds of destructive flame. The gods of dusk met at the edge of sea and sky. Spring ended, summer began. The human world was far, far away, the clamor of civilization obliterated its traces. In a world devoid of the mundane, White Ears cautiously held out his paw. His right front paw extended, slowly and silently touching the smooth mast, firmly planted. He switched to his left hind paw, then his left front paw, then his right hind paw, then his right front paw, repeating the cycle. The strong wind ruffled his soft fur, his slender tail shifting its weight in a monologue. His amber pupils pointed to a single target. With every step, the gentleman in his tuxedo confidently demonstrated his old dog's steady hand. 50 meters in the air couldn't stop him, nor could the open air hold him back. Standing on a single log, he galloped like a horse, his body as sturdy as a ball, soaring like an elf. That was its unique, transcendental confidence, born from its noble birth and years of arduous training. A cat, so what? It was the symbiotic soul of the Roman witch, the protege of the Creed assassin. As long as it set its mind to it, there was no hopeless place it couldn't escape. Something was burning. With every step, a tiny piece of firewood was lifted to its heart. With every flick of its tail, drifting leaves flew into the fire. White Ear stepped from one end of the mast to the other side of his dream, skirting the mast. The fire within him flared uncontrollably. Crackling. That was the hallucination of sparks from within, scattering into the firewood. White Ear's ears twitched, and all the fur on his body suddenly stood on end. It was clearly just a hallucination, but he was startled to realize his target was alert. At the other end of the mast, Jenny and McCarthy, flirting affectionately, paused to preen their feathers and tilted their heads, glancing questioningly at the furtive giant cat. "I was just passing by. Do you think the sheriff would believe your nonsense? You're too defensive, Jenny. I think cats and birds really need a little more trust. I didn't expect you to be such a naive cat." "That's not naive. Look, we both love fish. That's what we have in common. Sharing a common interest can never be equated with peace. After all, our masters love the same things, but they hate each other." White Ear suddenly lunged forward, fangs bared, claws flicking, sending chaos through the mast. "Meow, there's a flaw. Quack, run for your life." It missed. Feathers scattered everywhere as Jenny and McCarthy flapped their wings and soared high into the sky, circling beneath a brilliant sunset. Soon, they landed on the observation deck, croaking mockingly and posing coquettishly on Lorraine's shoulder. "Meow, quack, perhaps, an argument?" Lorraine crouched beside the basket on the observation deck, his eyes embracing the two noble voice actors who strived to make cats and birds express emotions like humans, Belle, the voice actor for White Ears, and Acheron, the voice actor for Jenny. "Are you guys free?" A ship's captain, navigator, and gunnery officer stood atop a 60-meter-high mast, looking quite relaxed indeed. Acheron nodded righteously, but Belle remained stubborn and even produced his sextant. "I'm checking the course, Captain, using my mouth." "On the contrary. It's precisely because I can't use my mouth that I don't want it to be idle." "That's quite true. Perhaps I should have transferred you to the legal department a long time ago. That would have saved me a lot of trouble in every way." Belle scratched his head helplessly. "Lorraine, cats and birds really need to have more trust. Tisk, even that pervert, Yazia, knows that friendship doesn't equate to peace. Our friendship doesn't prove your loyalty. Until you're cleared of suspicion, you're suspected of betrayal." "You seem to have misunderstood my case," Belle said, his head held high with pride. "Legally speaking, betrayal is an internal matter, espionage an external one. You really have too much free time." The noise lingered. People bickered with each other, cats and birds bickered with each other. Sandwiched between them, Yazia, his long legs dangling, he let out a long, disillusioned sigh. "A long-awaited voyage. Look how excited you've made these animals." On May 24, 1786, the Valkyrie, after a year-long rest, set sail from Jackdaw anchorage in the Bay of Biscay. Riding the strong Atlantic breeze, she sailed towards the economic heart of North America, New York, the provisional capital of the United States. This journey was full of serendipity. Back in 1784, to protect Lorraine's whereabouts, the Drake Merchant Guild and its staunch allies launched the Battle of the Virgin Islands, ostensibly to suppress banditry. This originally insignificant battle, however, was dragged on by the deteriorating situation in Muscat into a decisive clash between Lorraine and the core forces of Edward Blackbeard, later known as the Battle of Basse-Terre. The significance of the Battle of Basse-Terre was entirely different from that of the original Battle of the Virgin Islands. In the post-Golden Age of Pirates of the Caribbean, the original Pirate King ecosystem was completely shattered with the establishment of the 100 Merchants Guild and the intensifying conflict between merchants and pirates. At the top of the new food chain stood Lorraine, Edward Blackbeard, and the Black Baron Bavmolo. Below them were Henry the Hound, Black Prince Bellamy, Jack the Cotton, Bonnet the Viking, and the 7 powerful merchant guilds at the heart of the guild. The third tier comprised merchant guilds and pirate groups with some strength beyond these, while at the bottom were traveling merchants, lone traders, and those fledgling, uninspired, solo pirates. The power gap between these tiers widened significantly, maintaining an internal balance between them, clearly defined while also maintaining checks and balances. The same was true at the top. In terms of overall strength, Lorraine, relying on the rapidly growing Drake Guild, held a dominant position over the other two, while Edward Blackbeard, with the Queen Anne's Revenge and 4 naval batteries, dominated the core power. Pavlom's Black Baron pirate group wasn't outstanding in either area, but its core fleet was stronger than Drake's direct fleet, and its overall strength was superior to Blackbeard's. Furthermore, its primary operations were located far beyond South America, making it the perfect third force in the triangular confrontation. The Battle of Basse-Terre marked the end of the era of the 3 kingdoms in the Caribbean. In the eastern arc of the Caribbean, the insignificant naval battle over the Virgin Islands suddenly escalated into a duel between Lorraine and Blackbeard's core forces. Before Pavlom could react, The sudden appearance of the Valkyrie shattered Blackbeard's legend as the greatest pirate. Delicious Hand was hanged on the breakwater at Bridgetown, and the severely damaged Blackbeard retreated to Eleuthera. Pavlom abandoned all hunting grounds in the southern Caribbean overnight and fled with his pirate group to the coast of Brazil, fearing he would become Lorraine's next target. Just like Francis Drake, Captain Morgan, and the first Pavlom, Lorraine finally ushered in his own era of unipolarity. The era of unipolarity has always been seen as a harbinger of the arrival of a new emperor. If Lorraine were a pure pirate, he would have launched a war of unification with overwhelming force, potentially ending up as a pirate emperor like Morgan or failing miserably like the first Pavlom. But privateers are ultimately merchants, and Lorraine's future prospects are far more diverse than those of a mere pirate. The Battle of Basse-Terre gave his white pirate flag unrivaled prestige in the Caribbean, but the pirate emperor lacked the arbitrariness of Eastern emperors over his subjects. The pirate emperor's privilege was the freedom to hunt freely within his own territory, but no matter how vast his hunting grounds, they held little value to Lorraine. Did he truly need the pirate's crown? The answer seemed obvious. Lorraine easily forsook the opportunity for unification that other pirates would struggle their entire lives to achieve, and plunged headfirst into the construction of Miami. For a whole year, the legendary Valkyrie, the flagship of the White Pirate King, entered a long period of recuperation. Lorraine sheathed his fangs and claws, donning a tail and a wig, and wielded the hammer of civilization. Miami was founded, and a wave of immigration arrived. Real estate development, live fire drills, Chamber of Commerce development, union formation, and, of course, those Seminoles who were defeated amidst laughter and cheer. Lorraine's schedule in the civilized world was far more packed than at sea. By the beginning of May, with a ribbon-cutting ceremony for the Drake General Labor Union and the first 92-person sales team dispatched by the Indian Labor Company, the closed loop of Miami's healthy development was officially complete. Only then did he suddenly realize he had overlooked something crucial: President Washington's visit to Boston. This trip to Boston would involve two key issues: a new U.S. Navy revitalization plan, which would generate significant profits for the maritime group in the short term, and Hamilton's revolving door plan, the central focus of the Drake Chamber of Commerce's third phase of development. Missing the opportunity to meet with George Washington wouldn't completely scupper either project, but it would undoubtedly have some negative impact. It's hard to describe Lorraine's feelings at the time. Miami was a core project in the Chamber of Commerce's second stage development plan, worthy of Lorraine's full attention. However, this compromised the third stage development plan. The pros and cons of this were difficult to assess. Lorraine had considered the possibility of remedying the situation. However, in his mind, the President of the United States clearly wouldn't change his schedule just for the sake of a wallet. Hamilton had said Washington would visit Boston on April 10, which meant they must have left New York by the end of March. And yet Lorraine hadn't received any notification of this. One possibility was that Hamilton's negotiations had failed, and the Americans, unwilling to risk their president, had rejected the idea of using the Valkyrie as a temporary presidential vehicle. Another possibility was that Lorraine suspected his arrogance during their last meeting had offended Hamilton, who hadn't adopted Lorraine's suggestion at all, and certainly wouldn't have approached the Presidential Security Service on Lorraine's behalf. Regardless of the true situation, for the sake of the revolving door plan, Lorraine couldn't make an abrupt visit to New York anytime soon, voluntarily ending the period of trust needed to mend the rift. Nothing to do. After a busy 6 months, Lorraine resumed his vacation, but this time it didn't last long. Just 3 days later, Hamilton's messenger was brought to him by Monica. The moment the door closed, Lorraine seemed to hear a call. It was a call from Boston. Chapter 537 Towards New York. President Drake, the messenger, dressed in the uniform of a lieutenant colonel in the United States Army, had a blank expression and stood at attention. The office of the president invites you to command your Chamber of Commerce's frigate, the Valkyrie, to berth 1 in New York Harbor at 10 a.m. on June 1st and be on standby. Invite? Standby. Lorraine pondered the obvious grammatical error. The more he pondered, the more the color on his face deepened. Yes, invite and stand by, the messenger said. President Washington has specifically requested your ship to visit Boston, and despite the vehement objections of the security office, he insists that you arrange the ship's crew list. In order to make this brief journey as pleasant as possible, the security office has instructed me to convey to you several requirements of our position. The voice was distant and noisy. What interfered with Lorraine's hearing was his mind, 1,000 questions racing restlessly, threatening to blurt out at the slightest mistake. President Washington visiting Boston? His first visit this year? Or his second? If it was his first, shouldn't his trip have concluded on April 13th? What was the reason for the sudden change of itinerary? What happened in between? Lorraine wanted to be straightforward, but reason kept telling him that asking such questions would only cause trouble and would not produce any value. No matter what the reason was for Washington to change the itinerary, the result was the same for Lorraine. The key now was that the opportunity that should have been missed long ago had suddenly returned, and all he had to do was to seize it tightly. Thinking of this, he suppressed his excitement, spread his hands, and opened his lips. "Lieutenant Colonel, please go ahead." The messenger took out a piece of paper from his pocket and spread it out. "First, the security department hopes that you will submit the crew list and basic information to us 15 days in advance. We respect the opinion of the President, but we also do not want anyone hostile to the United States to appear on the ship." Lorraine nodded. "The list will be handed over to you before 9 o'clock tonight, and you can take it back on your return trip. Just to make it clear in advance, I will not accept any opinions on personnel matters, of course. This is your right." The messenger's eye twitched. "Secondly, the presidential entourage and security personnel total 47 people. We promise that the security personnel will not exceed 20. This is also the president's requirement. Most of the entourage will board the ship 2 hours before the president boards the ship. We need to take over the ammunition compartment, equipment compartment, kitchen compartment and the independent presidential cabin on one floor. This is to ensure the safety of the president. I hope to get your understanding." Lorraine closed his eyes and thought for a while. "In half an hour, you can go to Valkyrie in person to select the presidential cabin. Except for a few functional cabins that cannot be adjusted, including my captain's room, they are all within your selection range. Valkyrie has 4 kitchen cabins. You can choose one of them to take over. You will provide your own meals for the president and entourage, and we will provide our own meals for the crew. In addition, out of consideration for mutual trust, the equipment and ammunition compartments can be handed over to you. But the ammunition in the gun compartment and the crew's personal equipment are not within your security scope. Valkyrie must maintain minimum defense needs." The messenger's eyes twitched even more fiercely. "You need not worry about Valkyrie's safety, Mr. President. The U.S. Navy will arrange 6 destroyers to escort you closely on your journey north. Whether or not to escort you is your own decision." "You don't need to consult me," Lorraine said. "I said retaining the personal equipment and ammunition in the gun bases to maintain mutual trust. The president trusts me, so I have an obligation to ensure his safety. Do you doubt the security department's loyalty? If I did, I would simply refuse your unreasonable request to take over the ammunition bays." The debate was heated, yet futile. The courier probably never imagined that such a condescending mission would lead to so many disagreements. After formulaically reading the entire contents of the paper, he simply took his leave. Before leaving, Lorraine had the courier compile all his feedback for him. As for crew information and cabin selection, the courier made no mention, as if fleeing in panic. 2 days later, the messenger returned. The lieutenant colonel had been demoted from chief envoy to deputy envoy, and the chief envoy had been replaced by a vice admiral, an acquaintance Lorraine had encountered briefly during his time under Edward Kenway. General Robert Smith. The lieutenant colonel maintained the same expressionless demeanor of 2 days before, less arrogant and more cautious. He introduced General Robert Smith to Lorraine. "Due to the considerable disagreements between you and me regarding the president's defense, Mr. President, the office of the president has dispatched a higher-ranking envoy to Miami. This is General Robert Smith, Senator from Maryland and Vice Admiral of the United States Navy's Baltimore Fleet. He is also the commander of this northbound escort mission. I hope you can establish good communication." Lorraine raised his lips imperceptibly and stood up. Lorraine Arthur Drake. "General Smith, it's a pleasure to meet you." Smith raised his head arrogantly, but due to his height, even with his head held high, he could only look up at Lorraine's chin, which made him very uncomfortable. "President Drake," he said, "you may not know that a lot of my suggestions were taken into account when your Valkyrie was designed. She should have become a legend of the American Navy, not a pitiful privateer." "A preemptive move?" Lorraine raised her eyebrows in surprise. "Hate told me about your friendship and your connection with Valkyrie. I remember, you seemed to be the admiral of the Charles River Fleet at that time?" Haight firmly believed that you were in a low position at the time and did not need to be held responsible for the failure of the old Navy revitalization plan. Could he have guessed wrong? I was talking about the design draft of Valkyrie. Unfortunately, the design draft of Valkyrie is far from the design draft of the miniature battleship in the old Navy revitalization plan, Lorraine said in a teasing tone. The Valkyrie's design was the main reason I decided to acquire the Hayter shipyard. Edward Kenway may be an enemy of Great Britain, but at least his vision and ship design is commendable. It was his exacting approach that led Hayter's design team to discard many of the compromise details you suggested, thus preventing the Valkyrie from becoming a mediocre product. I am deeply grateful to him for that. His preemptive rhetoric had clearly failed. General Smith sat down in a muffled voice, staring at Lorraine in silence. Lorraine sat down across from him and summoned Monica to serve tea. Only after the aroma of tea filled the study did Lorraine finally speak. General Smith, are you here with the lieutenant colonel? This place isn't close to Baltimore. Even the fastest ship can't make the round trip in 2 days. As for New York, it's even farther. There was no need to hide this matter in the first place. If you had cooperated, I wouldn't have needed to show up at all, General Smith said coldly. Lorraine smiled knowingly. That means America has long been ready to accept all my demands. I don't know how you approached Secretary Hamilton, and I don't know why the President would trust a British person so much and firmly believe that the demands you put forward will not exceed our bottom line. Smith gritted his teeth. You are right, I was authorized before I came. Unless you show intention to assassinate the President, I will accept all your conditions. Then, do you think I want to assassinate the President? No. Precisely because I know you don't want to. I need to know why you are so obsessed with combat readiness. Maybe it's because the current U.S. Navy can't give people a sense of trust. Lorraine used a question sentence, but it was a rhetorical question. Close protection at sea requires a minimum of 15 meters between ships. Considering our lack of experience sailing in formation, and the fact that most of the U.S. Navy's destroyers are older French-style or modified French-style destroyers from the maritime group, their speed is significantly inferior to that of the Valkyrie. We need to increase our safe formation distance to approximately 50 meters. At 50 meters, I have at least 10 methods to quickly separate the escort ship and the Valkyrie. While this delay won't cause the Valkyrie to sink, it's better to have less trouble than more. For the President's safety, it's better to have more insurance. With that out of the way, despite the U.S. Presidential Security Service's dissatisfaction with Lorraine's attitude, the escort plan was finalized in record time. Lorraine dispatched a full complement of elite troops. Aboard the Valkyrie, Lorraine served as captain, Catalina as first officer, Flamen from the Special Forces formation as second officer, and Koff from the same unit as third officer. Leif continued to command the assault troopers. Bell, who was on probation, was in charge of the helmsman and navigator. Although he had been temporarily sidelined from decision-making due to suspicion, Lorraine still trusted his skills, and judging by his performance, he certainly didn't look like a spy on the loose. As for other duties, Henna was in charge of lookout, Kren was in charge of the ship's crew and sails, Atrin was in charge of the guns, and Wang was in charge of the galleys and decks. Noah's divination office had always been the spiritual authority aboard the Valkyrie, while Carmen's staff office was the intellectual authority. This time, little Sharon was also transferred aboard, serving as second chief of staff. Furthermore, the First Fleet, severely damaged in the Indian Wars, was undergoing reconstruction and was not expected to undertake any voyages for 6 months. Their elite sailors were temporarily transferred to the Valkyrie in large numbers, primarily to fill vacancies in positions 3 and 4. Fafner's assistant, Anne, remained in Miami to oversee the reconstruction, while Fafner herself, due to her exceptional cartographic and tactical skills, was transferred aboard the Valkyrie for the first time, serving as second chief of navigation and chief of the tactics office. Everything was in place. On May 17, 1786, the fully equipped Valkyrie finally weighed anchor from the anchorage in the Jackdaw district. Lorraine stood at the bow, high-spirited, watching the pure white bank recede further and further. "Raise the flag on the foremast, turn the bow," he shouted. "This time we are going to New York to pick up a distinguished passenger. Perhaps some will be curious and want to know just how distinguished our passenger is. I can only tell you that once he's on board, he'll stay in my captain's cabin, and his flag will be hung on the Valkyrie's mainmast. Please try to control your curiosity. You can speculate, but don't discuss. And certainly don't try to inquire from our new friends about the identity of this distinguished guest. This is the most important rule of this voyage. Let us hope for smooth sailing. I command, Valkyrie, set sail. Chapter 538 No Trust. New York, the harbinger of the New World and the heart of America. In 1524, Giovanni di Verrazzano, an Italian loyal to France, entered New York harbor aboard the Dauphiné, claiming the area for France and naming it New Angoulême. However, perhaps because France at the time was unaware of the riches of North America, they did not actively colonize the New York area. Merchants from all over the world flocked to New York, and the area gradually became one of the continent's most important free trade ports. In 1602, the Dutch dispatched Henry Hudson to North America in search of wealth. Hudson arrived in New York Bay in 1609 and journeyed north along the rivers, returning to the Netherlands the following year with North American produce and furs. The lucrative rewards piqued the interest of many Dutch merchants in this resource-rich land, and they began settling in New York, calling it New Netherland. In 1624, the Dutch established a fur trading post on Governor's Island. In 1625, construction began on Manhattan Island. In 1626, Dutch colonial governor Peter Minuit purchased the entire island of Manhattan from the indigenous Lenape people for less than the price of a cabbage and established a trading post in Amsterdam. Soon after, 300 Dutch settlers officially established a town in Manhattan, naming it New Amsterdam. This was the height of Dutch power. New Amsterdam, blessed with unique natural resources, immediately captured the world's attention and prospered at an astonishing rate. This continued until 1664, when a British fleet approached the city during the Anglo-Dutch War. Knowing he could not resist, Governor Peter Stuyvesant of New Netherland surrendered, handing over New Amsterdam. King Charles II of England handed the area over to his brother, Prince of York, who relocated his domain from Yorkshire, England, to New Amsterdam and renamed it New York under British rule. New York flourished, quickly becoming the second largest city in North America after Philadelphia. Then the Revolutionary War broke out, and New York became independent. In August 1776, Britain and the United States fought the massive Battle of Long Island in Long Island and Brooklyn, vying for control of this precious territory. Over 52,000 soldiers from Britain, the United States, and Germany engaged in a desperate battle. Ultimately, the Americans suffered a crushing defeat, losing not only New York but also nearly destroying the Continental Army. Thus, Britain regained control of New York. During this second occupation, the city suffered its largest fire in history, and the United States and Britain held talks on Staten Island, their only attempt to peacefully resolve the disputes of the Revolutionary War. On Evacuation Day in 1783, the British withdrew from New York, marking the complete abandonment of British forces on American soil. In 1785, the United States Congress officially designated New York as the temporary capital, and Washington was sworn in at Federal Hall, giving America its first president. This is New York, past, present, and future. It remains the eternal focal point and unshakable heart of America. On the afternoon of the last day of May, the Valkyrie, its mainmast bare and its foremast flag hoisted, slowly entered the wide harbor at the mouth of the Hudson River. Its majestic, mountainous form and the St. George's flag atop its mizzenmast gleamed brilliantly in the sun, causing a commotion in New York harbor. Although the commotion was eventually quelled before the invasion alarm was sounded, it still left Admiral Smith, aboard, feeling deeply humiliated. He rightly blamed Lorraine for everything, and upon landing, he immediately confronted him. President Drake, sincerity. If you really want to establish friendly and trusting relations with the United States, you'd better stop doing these little tricks that can be misunderstood. Lorraine looked at the armed sheriff under the ship with an innocent face. What little tricks are you talking about? Of course it's the St. George's flag. Lorraine suddenly realized, so you mistook Valkyrie for the Royal Navy. That's human nature. No, it's called unprofessionalism. Lorraine snorted unhappily. The Union Jack is a unique symbol of British naval ships. The Royal Navy is not allowed to fly the national flag of the kingdom, and merchant ships and private ships are not allowed to represent the United Kingdom. The moment the port authority saw the St. George's flag, it should have determined that Valkyrie was a purely merchant ship. And have the United States and Britain interrupted trade? Or have we resumed the war? Has Valkyrie shown hostility? None of that. How did the port authority judge the threat? Of course it's because your Valkyrie looks too much like a battleship. Aha. Do I need to apologize for Valkyrie's appearance? No need. The U.S. Navy will undoubtedly develop. In less than 2 years, we'll have a voice in world order. I didn't expect you to be such a positive and optimistic gentleman. Control your men, President Drake. General Smith glared at Lorraine. I'm going to report to the federal office immediately. I don't want to hear any more unfriendly gestures from you before the president boards the ship tomorrow. Yes, sir. Lorraine yawned and gave a rather awkward military salute. My men will confine themselves aboard the ship before leaving port. We are legitimate and honest merchants. Even if the sheriff extorts us, we will not resist. Then, at night, a luxurious carriage sped onto the Hudson River pier and stopped at the boardwalk at berth 1. 3 people alighted, 2 men and 1 woman. The men were Chuck and Leonard, the president and vice president of the Drake American chapter. The woman was Hannah. Inspector Weiss, the sheriff's detective who had been assigned to monitor Valkyrie from the shadows, immediately approached to question her. The night at the dock was dark. Only when he got closer did Inspector Weiss clearly see Chuck's familiar, sullen face. His heart skipped a beat. Chuck Parker was a bona fide New York tycoon, controlling the powerful American branch of the Drake Club. He not only had strong connections with the Department of Commerce, the Department of Finance, and the New York state dignitaries, but he was also married to Congressman Alvis' daughter, a true American son-in-law. Inspector Wise had once had the privilege of meeting Chuck at a private gathering hosted by the sheriff's commissioner. His aura and demeanor made even a powerful figure like the commissioner pale in comparison. But now, this powerful figure had arrived at the dock, fuming with anger, and his target was clear, the massive English warship that Inspector Wise had been repeatedly ordered to keep under close surveillance. Whose ship was this? With nowhere to turn, Inspector Wise could only nervously approach, nervously blocking Chuck's path, and nervously displaying his police badge hidden beneath his trench coat. President Parker, what's your name? Inspector, W. Wise, Bernie Wise, Inspector Wise. Chuck smoothed his collar. Excuse me, have I broken any law? No. Then did the Drake Chamber of Commerce break any law? No. Then was it my chairman, my boss, Mr. Lorraine Drake, and his Valkyrie that broke the law when they entered the port? It turned out that the ship belonged to the Drake Chamber of Commerce's boss. Inspector Wise almost burst into tears, but at this moment, he could only steel himself. Your Chamber of Commerce's ship is suspected of. Who gave you the surveillance order? Chuck didn't want an answer, his whole body erupting with energy. Well, I'm sorry, your rank doesn't qualify you to apologize to me. He looked at Inspector Wise coldly with his chin. Please continue your mission. By the way, when you report back tomorrow, give your commissioner a message for me. My legal team will talk to him about the next matter. We will discuss it in the circuit court. Chapter 539, Surprise, Joy, and Normal Mind. The scene aboard the Valkyrie was indeed somewhat different from what Chuck had anticipated. 75 minutes earlier, Hannah, clad in a black smock, had descended from the sky into his study, coldly saying, "Lorraine wants to see you," without expression or explanation. Chuck, baffled, quickly activated his intelligence network. 15 minutes later, he learned that the Valkyrie would arrive in New York that afternoon and would dock at berth 1 at the Hudson River estuary. 18 minutes later, a carriage carrying Leonard raced out the door. 26 minutes later, he learned that the invitation to Lorraine came from the Oval Office, but that the Presidential Security Service disagreed. 35 minutes later, Leonard arrived, and the 3 of them reunited for the dock. 49 minutes later, the butler, on a fast horse, caught up with the carriage and informed Chuck that the sheriff's office was placing the Valkyrie under surveillance. 55 minutes later, a second horse tracked the issuer of the order, Major General Jude, the head of the Presidential Security Service, a troubled solitary figure with limited connections to both the military and political circles. Chuck believed he had gathered all the information he could find. If he wanted to learn more, he would have to seek out his father-in-law. But in the current situation, meeting his father-in-law was clearly less important than meeting his boss, so he had no choice but to bite the bullet and turn to Hannah. Ms. Yesra, tell me, the president has been invited to New York by the Oval Office. Does that mean Washington is going to Boston? Hannah propped up her chin, watching the rapidly receding view from the window. Lorraine will be taking him there, so the president is going to Boston for an inspection. Huh? Thus, Chuck and Leonard became the only 2 people besides the sailors who knew President Washington's whereabouts. Chuck could understand Rear Admiral Jude's hostility toward Lorraine, But high society had its own rules. No matter how deep the hostility, having the sheriff detain a vital American tycoon on a ship like a prisoner was a violation. Lorraine had every reason to be angry, every reason to feel insulted, and even more reason to retaliate, leaving that self-righteous minister with a lifelong memory. That was Chuck's belief. From Lorraine's sending Hannah undercover off the ship, he had discerned Lorraine's intentions, to express discontent and retaliate against that treatment, but without revealing the president's whereabouts or overstepping the boundaries of the law. He had to feign ignorance while knowing the truth, asserting his power within the rules. He imagined Lorraine must be harboring a lot of resentment. With this thought in mind, Chuck ascended the deck and glanced up to see a completely different view of the ship than he had expected. The sailors were enjoying tea, a long, elegant table covered with an exquisite tablecloth, upon which lay a dazzling array of refreshments, though not many sweets, the standard late-night snack. The sailors chatted and laughed on either side of the table, with rows of silver candlesticks between the seats. The flickering candlelight cast a warm hue on the elegant blue and white tea set. Chuck spotted Lorraine in the crowd, chatting with Carmen to his left while adding an overdose of milk and sugar to the teacup before him. This is... Lorraine looked up with a warm smile. Hannah, the tea's ready, Hannah hummed softly, stepped past Chuck, and took the empty seat to Lorraine's right. She took the tea and took a sip. Delicious, thank you for the hard work. We told you to meet as soon as possible, but they insisted on making things complicated. Hannah put her teacup down and glanced at Chuck. Lorraine, he's overthinking it, because it's Chuck. Lorraine laughed, gesturing to the two empty seats across the long table. Chuck, old Leonard, have some tea first. We'll get down to business after that. The evening tea lasted a full 2 hours. After everyone had enjoyed themselves, Lorraine stretched and took Chuck and Leonard up to the poop to gaze out at the night sea. New York at the end of the 18th century was still far from the bustling city it would become. It was just after 10 o'clock, and the sea had already quieted. Waves lapped against the breakwater, shadowless and shadowless. The wind blew the sporadic sounds of boats breaking the waves, blending into the background sound of the nightscape, making them indistinguishable and indistinguishable. Lorraine seemed in a good mood, smiling all night. Chuck, how was the evening tea on board? Very good, Chuck thought. From the ambience to the variety, it's more like over the top than good. After all, they're such rare guests. The long, removable table takes up one cargo hold, and the tableware and cooking utensils take up another. Lorraine scratched her nose and gently explained Chuck's confusion. The president doesn't seem angry. Why would he be angry? Major General Jude of the Presidential Security Office crossed a line and actually had the sheriff's department put you under house arrest. It's not a formal arrest. I really want to get off the ship, and those sheriffs wouldn't dare stop me. This was the truth. Chuck had met Inspector Weiss directly, so the inspector's hesitation suggested that the orders he received were unclear and his desire to carry them out was weak. But they still took action. Chuck turned his head and sneered. They collect taxes from New York State, but accept orders from the federal government. Just this point alone will make the fat-bellied sheriff's chief of security in trouble in the circuit court. You can arrange this matter yourself. Lorraine waved her hand. If you want to do it, you must completely destroy the chief's political future. It's stupid to be hesitant. It's better not to do it. Compensation, apology, and resignation. I will ruin his reputation and let those politicians understand that in front of Drake, personal political career is far more important than fulfilling their duties. It seems that you already have a plan. Lorraine looked happier. Hannah should have told you why Valkyrie came to New York. Yes, several things. Lorraine tapped the railing on the deck on the stern with her slender fingers. First, find out why Mr. Washington adjusted his schedule. Adjust the schedule? Yes, he was supposed to visit Boston on April 10th, and the Valkyrie was also chosen as the presidential ship. However, the terms proposed by the security office were much more stringent. The entire ship, except for me, would be handed over to the security office. At that time, I rejected them. I asked the liaison to return to New York with my terms, but even in my most optimistic assumptions, I didn't expect the security office to accept them in their entirety. Only expressing dissatisfaction with some insignificant details. This is very strange. Your people must find the reason for this before 8 a.m. tomorrow. Chuck opened his mouth weakly. Lorraine's words were filled with so much information. Someone had leaked the president's whereabouts to Lorraine months ago. The Valkyrie was selected to become the presidential ship, not the result of donations or campaigning. Lorraine had already refused once before, and his ally, the mediator, was willing to return with Lorraine's terms to lobby. The key word was acceptance in its entirety. An armed merchant ship belonging to the British Chamber of Commerce became the President's patrol ship, and the Presidential Security Office had actually chosen to compromise on security. Lorraine said this development was odd, but putting all this information together, it was more than just odd. Chuck nodded solemnly. I'm not going home tonight. I'm going to visit my father-in-law. Ask Ms. Yesla to comfort my wife for me. She'll probably need to stay up until 5 o'clock. She doesn't like staying up late. You're so thoughtful. Lorraine nodded in approval. Second, you have 15 days to select elites from across the Chamber of Commerce to lead the team to join the American Mint Commission. Okay, I'll do that. Chuck's voice froze in midair. If the previous mission had the air of life or death battle, this one instantly shifted the atmosphere from battlefield to haunted house. Minting? American coinage? A British member of the British Chamber of Commerce joining the American Mint Commission. 15 days to select elites. Does that mean it's a done deal? Is this a surprise gift hidden in a surprise box? Chuck desperately wanted to know how long Lorraine had been holding back on his ultimate to achieve a critical hit with a single attack and an instant kill effect. President, this isn't a belated April prank, is it? Lorraine brushed aside a few strands of hair scattered by the wind from Shanghai. The coinage first was my condition for investing in the Bank of the United States. It hasn't been finalized yet, but with this trip, it will definitely happen. The Mint Committee's primary operations are in New York. Carmen isn't suited to be in overall charge. Furthermore, as a woman, even with the support of the 100 Merchants Union, women are likely to be at a disadvantage on such committees. You're the most suitable candidate for the Chamber of Commerce. As a reward, I've prepared shares for you in the Chamber of Commerce, ranging from 1% to 5%. The specific amount depends on how much you secure for us. These gentle words completely ignited Chuck. The Chamber of Commerce's equity was being opened up. In the Drake Chamber of Commerce's 10 years, this was the first time Lorraine had opened up equity in the Chamber of Commerce. Whether it was 1% or 5%, the monetary value wasn't important. Chuck valued the invaluable shareholder decision-making power behind the shares. Could this be the beginning of a shift in the Drake Chamber of Commerce's management strategy? Compared to this momentous news, affecting future generations, the president's schedule and the future of the American economy suddenly paled in importance. Chuck could feel the weight of the drumbeat pounding in his heart. He eagerly wanted to write to Ramos and Eddie, perhaps even to Carmen and Karen, to carefully discuss Lorraine's intentions behind this award. But now is not the time. Not even close. Be patient, at least until the Mint Committee is established. The more significant the news, the more crucial it is to manage the timing, the time to share privately, the time to discuss, and the time to make it public. The most urgent task right now. President, 15 days is not enough. I need at least 30 days. What you really need is 3 to 5 years. Lorraine rolled her eyes in annoyance. Calm down, Chuck. In 15 days, first determine the backbone of the team, and then work with them to agree on a draft coinage that is beneficial to us. This is the outline for your future struggle for interests. As for tonight, find out the reason why Mr. Washington is restless first. This is related to whether I can have a pleasant journey with him. Yes, Chuck woke up with a start. Sorry, President, I was impulsive. Impulsiveness is a manifestation of importance, which is worthy of praise and requires vigilance. Lorraine said something that was not sure whether it was comforting or a warning. More haste makes waste. Those who are lame but not lost can easily overtake those who are brisk but misleading. This is Mr. Bacon's wise guidance, which has taught me a lot. I will give it to you now. I will carefully consider its deep meaning. Thinking it has deep meaning itself proves that you are not sober enough. Lorraine gave up. He lazily turned his back, no longer trying to be Chuck's therapist. It's easy to say it's normal, but it's actually very frustrating, and it's not just you. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 540 Father of the Nation. June 1st, the Hudson River Estuary Terminal suddenly went on high alert. To the casual observer, the heightened security wasn't noticeable. There were no squads of security guards or sheriff's officers, nor were there any brightly dressed, armed army soldiers blocking the roads. First, the Port Authority located berths 2 through 5, adjacent to the Valkyrie. They were already teeming with ships, some having arrived the previous day, others still loading and unloading that morning. But whatever they were doing, within half an hour, a dozen vessels, large and small, were ready to depart, leaving the bewildered dockworkers behind, sails inflated, swaying, and under the guidance of their pilots. The usually bustling Hudson River estuary terminal was suddenly nearly half empty, leaving the Valkyrie alone, over 300 meters from the nearest ship. Bale was standing at the stern of the ship with one arm pointing to the sky, looking extremely superior. "Lorraine, did you see that? This is the arrogance of the Pirate King. I see it, I see it." Lorraine waved his hands in disgust. "Not only did I see it, but General Simon Fraser in the sky also saw it." See. Simon Fraser. Bell was so frightened that he quickly stopped his pose and ran away, crawling all the way to Lorraine. Along the way, his eyes never left the roof of the port area. How many hunters are there? After all, it's the president's trip. Considering various emergencies, there should be no less than 3. Where? How would I know? Lorraine yawned. Long-range shooting over 200 meters is another profession entirely. Pierce might be able to find a suitable sniper point. As for me, that's right, Bill had enough of acting, scratched his head and stood up straight. "Why do you look like you haven't slept enough?" "Oh, I only slept for 2 hours last night." 2 hours. With whom? At first it was only Carmen. When it was almost dawn, Hannah also came. Lorraine thought for a while, a hint of sadness passed across her face. "I really envy the women. The First Lady is not participating in this trip, and they can catch up on their sleep openly. And me? I can only stand in the range of the Kentucky hunters like a candle, passing the time by guessing the identities of passers-by." Bell looked at Lorraine deeply, making Lorraine feel creepy and irritable. Lorraine stamped his hooves like a frightened horse, suddenly exasperated. "What are you looking at, young man? Behave yourself, get lost." Nearing noon, the Valkyrie, fully prepared, finally welcomed their most important guest, George Washington, the founding father, statesman, military strategist, revolutionary, first president, and renowned tycoon. He stood about 190 centimeters tall, with a sturdy build and broad shoulders. His slightly protruding belly bulged his golden vest, yet it didn't give the impression of excessive bulk, instead projecting a sense of stability and poise. He had a square face with slightly compact features and an unusually high nose. Instead of the silver wig common in social circles, he wore his natural, mottled silver and gold hair in a wig-like style. This immediately emphasized his age, constantly reminding others that this burly, powerful man, radiating strength and confidence, was actually a senior citizen in his 50s. Surrounded by his entourage, the old man who had guided America to independence, renowned for his handsomeness, wealth, talent, and decisiveness, ascended the deck. Among the entourage, Lorraine spotted a subdued Hamilton, accompanied by General Smith, dressed in military uniform and with a poker face. "President Drake, I've long heard of you." No one expected the dignified President of the United States to greet Lorraine first. "I've wanted to meet you for a long time, but who knew that a series of twists and turns would delay this for 6 whole years?" The entourage looked at each other in shock. Except for Hamilton, no one knew the origin of the 6 years illusion. They demanded an answer, but Lorraine, on the other hand, simply touched his chest and bowed calmly. "Meeting is a miracle blessed by God, Mr. President, not to mention that there is a monster called war between you and me. If war is a monster, I have been feeding it all my life." President Washington smiled. "Also, my identity is just a temporary coordinator appointed by the Confederate Congress. It is not appropriate to call me President. If you like, you can call me Sir or General, Commander-in-Chief of the United States Army." "Yes, General Washington, Commander-in-Chief of the Confederate Army. This is the official title given to me by Congress. Calling you that does bring a sense of intimacy, General." Lorraine bowed for the second time to express his gratitude. "But forgive me for being so blunt, you should have left the military." "Right, my purpose in dedicating myself to the military was to seek freedom for America. Now that freedom has been achieved, I would rather devote my limited time to government affairs that benefit the people. This is my choice, but I heard that your choice is not only to leave the military, but also to alienate the Cincinnati Veterans Association, doing everything you can to cut off all ties with the military. You're incredibly well informed." Washington laughed. "But Mr. Drake, I've already sacrificed myself to the future of America. If I still consider my former subordinates merely valuable assets for personal connections, and have fought and sacrificed my life for the past 10 years, was I doing it for myself? Or for my country? Lorraine was speechless. Before him stood Washington, the man who had created a free America, a figure whose place in the halls of history would be undeniable even in the vast history of Homo sapiens. The United States under his leadership was universally recognized as the closest civilization in human history to true democracy. Both his personal charisma and his policies had been polished to perfection through countless reprints of history textbooks. This made Lorraine's perception of him feel utterly unreal. In Lorraine's view, no one was perfect, and European values, especially since Washington had grown up under such values, could never have become altruistic. Yet, in their brief exchange, every word he spoke radiated sincerity. Lorraine could offer a more reasonable interpretation of his actions, one more in line with Western values, but he had no way of refuting his arguments. This statement was the most righteous. Even if it were merely the words of a politician, it was the words of a truly great politician, speaking with sincerity. He truly deserved respect. Lorraine bowed a third time. Mr. President, the 402 men and women of the Valkyrie heartily welcome you aboard. We will do our utmost to make your journey an unforgettable and enjoyable one. Please allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Lorraine Arthur Drake, the English sailor and captain of the Valkyrie on this voyage. Washington frowned in dissatisfaction. Mr. President, I said, the Constitutional Committee has reached a consensus on the Constitution and basic structure of the United States. The future executive branch of the United States will be Congress, and the head of the executive branch will be the President. Lorraine interrupted. I understand that before the first democratic constitution in the civilized world was enacted, the title of President was not formal for you. But you are the only candidate in the minds of all Americans, the only one recognized by all civilized people. The title of President is a mark of respect, not a title. Whether you like it or not, it is my freedom, and you have no right to interfere. Washington chuckled bitterly. It seems stubbornness is the only common trait among all successful people in this world. You win, Mr. President. This is my first time aboard a ship as large as the Valkyrie. I wonder if you would be honored to give me a tour. It would be my honor, Mr. President. P.S. The Constitutional Convention met in Philadelphia in 1787, and Washington was officially elected President of the United States and sworn in New York in 1789. However, he had already effectively led the U.S. government after the Revolutionary War. At that time, his title was still Commander-in-Chief of the Continental Army, General Washington. Later, he became Commander-in-Chief of the United States Army, but his official title remained unchanged. PS2. The Cincinnati Veterans Association, a civic organization composed of veterans of the Revolutionary War, held unparalleled political influence in the early years of the United States. However, whether intentional or not, there were almost no members of the Veterans Association at the Constitutional Convention. Washington was the only person in the United States to hold both committees, serving as honorary president of the association. The story that he deliberately distanced himself from the association to avoid suspicion is true. How should I put it? Regardless of whether he was a politician skilled in acting or a true altruist, the fact that he voluntarily gave up his political connections alone is enough to demonstrate his devotion to democracy. PS3. To summarize, the Congress mentioned above should actually be called the Congress of the Confederation, and the President is a title specifically for Washington. However, the U.S. government has indeed been established in Federal Hall in New York since 1785. As for Schrodinger's government, it's hard to say whether it should be called the Central Government of the United States or the Government of the Confederation of States. Chapter 541, Grudge. The Valkyrie sailed north and east. The distance from New York to Boston wasn't far, even considering the added complexity of the route, given the president's need to sail close to the coast and territorial waters. Even with sails full, the Valkyrie would still have been able to reach the port in 4 days. However, the Americans didn't seem to favor speed. To accommodate General Smith's aging escort fleet, the Valkyrie's speed was limited to 4-5 knots for extended periods. After 2 full days, it had barely covered a fifth of the distance. The powerful escort fleet made this voyage fraught with peril. Bell's assessment of the U.S. Navy was pertinent, and Atrin agreed. Lorraine privately felt Bell was right, for while the voyage had been longer, his opportunities for communication with Washington hadn't increased at all. The American president, A strict adherent to the rules of passenger service, and along with his entourage, he rarely ventured beyond his designated space. Even the limited and necessary deck activities were deliberately staggered during busy hours. Since they hadn't expressed a desire for contact, Lorraine had no choice but to respect their wishes. He even avoided even the chance of a chance encounter, truly making sure that wherever Washington appeared, Lorraine was nowhere to be seen. Thus, the two sides deliberated, tested the waters, and advanced at a leisurely pace. The wind was gentle today. Lorraine consulted the chart in the sun. Their current position was roughly near New Haven. Tomorrow, they could barely reach Rhode Island waters. The fleet would then skirt Martha and Nantucket until they reached the edge of the continental shelf, then turn north and make their final journey off Boston. The route was a suggestion from Washington's advisors, and the basic principle was to follow the coastline repeatedly and pointlessly. Their reasoning was that if the fleet stayed close to the coastline, the Valkyrie, protected by its escort, could easily dock in the event of distress, prioritizing the president's safety. Seeing their confidence, Lorraine was too embarrassed to tell them that, given the Valkyrie's draft, it was impossible for them to dock or even approach shore on most of the coasts it passed. So Western scholars are also harming their country, Lorraine teased, using 3 intersecting lines to lock onto the Valkyrie's position. Suddenly, he felt the sunlight dim. Hannah, slender and graceful in her trench coat, stood between him and the sun, her emerald eyes gazing at him with inquiry. "Are you thinking of Washington?" "No, I'm thinking of Shaq." Thanks to Shaq's connections in New York, the reason behind Washington's schedule change was finally uncovered the night before his departure. In fact, Washington's plan to visit Boston aboard the Valkyrie had already been officially rejected on the original itinerary for April 10, due to Lorraine's reluctance to relinquish control of the Valkyrie. Hamilton had failed to convince the opposing forces. But then, like a Zheng Anyue, Shaq suddenly appeared. One day in March, Admiral Sir Francis Drake, Baron Tavistock of England, who had recently assumed the position of the first commander-in-chief of the North American fleet at the Royal Navy's Newfoundland base, Chanel de Basques, announced his first foreign visit. He planned to visit Boston on June 15 aboard the first-class battleship HMS Neptune and invite the U.S. to discuss North American maritime order and trade development off Boston's coast. This sudden announcement sent shockwaves through the nation. In the minds of Americans, Shark was perhaps the most hostile of the Royal Navy's senior admirals to the U.S. During the Revolutionary War, the blockade of the seas he spearheaded dealt a severe blow to the external support of the American Revolution. Had it not been for the sudden emergence of the freedom fighter Edward Kenway, the Continental Army would have been nearly drowned on shore by him. Americans have always brooded over this painful experience, feeling both gratitude and guilt. Until Shark was suddenly recalled to Europe on the eve of the decisive battle, these intense emotions ultimately coalesced into a single euphoria, leading to victory. But now, Shark Drake had returned. Armed with a navigation axe and commanding a fleet powerful enough to crush the U.S. Navy dozens of times over, he marched upon Newfoundland, so close to the U.S., with even greater vigor than before. What exactly was his vision of North American maritime order? The navigation axe outlawed all trade into British colonies. If he once again launched a crackdown on smuggling, would it foreshadow a slashing of the American economy and the onset of a new round of maritime blockades? Washington was restless. The Foreign Office's authority was no longer sufficient for negotiations on such a matter of national survival. Washington had to attend in person, but this meant facing the world's most formidable naval power, a first-class battleship. Could America afford such a risk? The U.S. Navy's fleet was fragile against a Neptune. Even with the combined efforts of 4 major fleets, Shark could easily send Washington's ship to the bottom of the ocean and escape unscathed. It wasn't a question of whether Shark would do it or not. For the president's safety, America had to prepare for the worst-case scenario. The president's staff engaged in a heated debate, during which Hamilton once again brought Lorraine and Valkyrie to the forefront. The Valkyrie was formidable. Both the warship itself and the crews under Lorraine's command possessed unrivaled individual ship strength within the U.S. Navy, rendering even the Portuguese Navigator-class ships utterly defeated. If she were Washington's vessel for the conference, she might not be able to defeat the monstrous Neptune head-on, but at least she would be more likely to protect the president than the U.S. Navy. Furthermore, Washington knew of Lorraine's connection to Kenway, a secret among U.S. high-ranking officials, undisclosed and undiscussed. However, this was enough to build Washington's trust and confidence in Lorraine. Finally, And most importantly, from a national perspective, not flying aboard a U.S. Navy vessel would inevitably damage America's international image. However, compared to seeking help from allies, employing merchant ships offered the least damage and the only option that would not incur a political cost. This is the tragedy of weak nations. Faced with a harassment of powerful nations, they lack the right to choose, let alone refuse. The plan to hire Lorraine and the Valkyrie to escort Washington to the conference was finalized. Fearing Lorraine's refusal, the Americans concealed the crucial mission and canceled the scheduled trip to Boston, creating the illusion that the president intended to travel by Valkyrie. Unbeknownst to Lorraine, they had already learned the truth from liberal members of Congress, much less her complex feelings. Lorraine had a hunch that Shaq had delayed Washington's Boston visit in order to secure the Valkyrie as Washington's flagship. Perhaps Shaq wasn't even interested in meeting Washington, his true target was Lorraine. The fearful United States was merely a tool to pressure Lorraine into a meeting, and in Shaq's eyes, it held no value. This arrogant, unrealistic thought constantly dogged Lorraine, leaving him distraught, angry, and resentful. Washington's failure to disclose his purpose at the outset of the meeting was the primary reason Lorraine had been reluctant to initiate any communication opportunities. Hannah, well aware of Lorraine's temperamental nature, leaned in and sat down beside him when Lorraine finally mentioned Shaq. "Want to lie on my lap?" Such a strange opening line. Lorraine was stunned for a moment, then suddenly fumed. "Are you treating me like your brother again? Lie down, lie down." Hannah's legs were plump and soft, like the finest leather pillow, exuding a faint scent of jasmine. Lorraine's inner turmoil suddenly subsided, and reason took over. Americans never tell the truth. He closed his eyes and reached out to tug at Hannah's hair. "It's a grudge. It affects us, and even more so, them. Is that why you and Washington never meet?" "That's one reason," Lorraine thought for a moment. "Of course, the main reason is profit. There's not much we can discuss. One is the Naval revitalization plan, which is a huge burden given America's current financial resources. The other is the revolving door. It's the foundation of America's destiny and we can't afford to lose it. I guess the president isn't completely prepared yet." "When he feels ready." "Where's Shaq?" Hannah suddenly asked. "Shaq, you said you were thinking about Shaq just now." Yes, do you want to reconcile?" Lorraine shut up immediately. Hannah did not choose to wait, and asked directly, "Do you want to reconcile?" "It has never been a question of whether or not to reconcile between him and me." Lorraine bit her lip, nervously catching the few words that most reflected her true feelings that floated through her mind. "Our conflict is not an internal conflict. It has nothing to do with stance, worldview, values, etc., and there is no hatred in between." He indulged in his hatred and killed Helena. "Helena will never come back to life, and we—" Hannah's hand gently covered Lorraine's forehead and stroked it gently. She interrupted him and did not rush to speak. She stroked silently, and Lorraine endured silently for a long time. "I'm sorry, thank you." Chapter 542, The Shadow of America. 4 days. For 4 whole days aboard the tiny Valkyrie, measuring only 62.2 meters long and 13.6 meters wide, the American and crews exchanged no meaningful words. Both sides maintained an invisible social distance, nodding in silence as they met, drawing 2 parallel, unintersecting lines along the American coastline, extending all the way past a meridian of Rhode Island. The awkward stalemate wasn't broken until they reached Martha's Vineyard. During the day, while the Valkyrie crew was on deck, Hamilton, accompanied by a beautiful brown-haired woman, approached Lorraine, who was fishing off the stern. Oh, you're worthy of being the White Banner Pirate King. You always know how to kill time on board." Kill time. Lorraine and White Ear, nestled in Lorraine's arms, bristled at the same moment. Man and cat, with a shared pity for the landlubber, turned their heads, meowing emphatically. In the sacred waters of Martha's Vineyard, sailing is just a journey, fishing is life, especially in June, when the small horse mackerels explore the offshore tide, their voracious appetites ready to bite. They offer endless fishing pleasure, and their tender flesh can satisfy the appetites of white-eared fish. As Lorraine spoke, the thin, flexible tip of his rod suddenly sank, the long line slicing a pure white shadow in the sunlight. The feedback of the force caught Hamilton's eye, almost making him think Lorraine had hooked a shark. But, if it was a shark, Lorraine's response was far too easy. He held the rod with one arm, his muscles unmoved, as he and the fish locked in a stalemate across the long line. It only took a moment, and Lorraine triumphed. A silver, spindly fish, ripped from the water by the line, leaped high between sea and sky. Before it could fall back into the water, Lorraine had already reeled in the line, turning the capstan and hauling the fish onto the deck. It's probably only about the length of a finger. Hamilton stared at the tiny horse mackerel. Has it shrunk? Horse mackerels don't mature until September. June fish are larger than fry and smaller than adults. This one's a powerhouse among fish, a powerhouse the size of a finger. In the whale world, we're no bigger than this fish. You even bring up dialectics. Hamilton rolled his eyes speechlessly. Lorraine unhooked the small horse mackerel and tossed it into the air. White Ear meowed and pounced, stretching his body completely in midair. Suddenly, a streak of white light descended from the sky, passing by White Ear's mouth like a flash of lightning. With a squawk, fish gone. Hamilton watched, stunned, as White Ear, having missed his catch, landed on the ground in a daze. He then followed the cat's amber pupils to the white light on the boom. McCarthy held the fish in his mouth, raised his head, and gulped it down. Jenny flapped her wings, showing off to White Ears. The fluff she shook off swirled in the wind, drifting and fluttering until it landed lightly right between Hamilton's eyebrows. Meow, the catbird war had begun again. For a moment, the scene was extremely chaotic. In the eye of the storm, Lorraine packed up his fishing rod and tilted his head to study the woman behind Hamilton. Miss, I haven't met your lover? Mistress? Or wife? Sadly, none of those, Hamilton said. Miss Izzy Solomon, a highly educated and well-connected lady. She is one of the president's most trusted financial advisors and is recognized throughout the federal office as the most beautiful single aristocrat. A financial advisor named Solomon. Lorraine suddenly became interested and, for the first time, took a closer look at the beauty beside Hamilton. She had long brown hair, deep features, and a tall figure. She was taller than Hannah, her slightly broad shoulders supporting a lady's tail. Paired with a rich petticoat and light-colored calfskin boots, she exuded an unforgettable, capable, and decisive demeanor. Perhaps it was her overly flamboyant aura that gave her a certain aloofness, a sense of inaccessibility and aloofness. As a result, despite a beautiful face, she remained unremarkable. Even if one stared intently, a flicker of gaze would blur. Is she the daughter of the Solomon family? Lorraine asked, looking away. Hamilton smiled seductively. Aha, in the presence of a beautiful lady, a normal unmarried man would be more concerned with other things, right? Not as pretty as Carmen, not as alluring as Hannah. Miss Solomon is the most remarkable woman I've ever met, Lorraine said, not even bothering to offer any politeness. So, is it the Solomon family? Yes, my father is Haim Solomon, Miss Solomon replied with a smile. Haim Solomon, one of the countless legends in the history of the American nation's founding, was revered by those who knew him as America's shadow for his immense contributions and his unassuming demeanor. Born in Poland, the son of Jewish refugees from Portugal, he traveled extensively throughout Europe in his youth, reaching as far as India. During his travels, he taught himself management and finance, mastered 8 languages, and built a business empire rivaling the Drake Chamber of Commerce today. In 1775, he emigrated to New York and quickly joined the Sons of Liberty, becoming a key figure in the Revolutionary War. He was arrested twice and sentenced to death in 1778 for inciting Hessian mercenaries while serving a prison sentence. He easily escaped execution with his eloquence and moved to Philadelphia, where he and his family joined the revolution. Throughout the long revolutionary period, he played a vital role as the Continental Army's most reliable financial advisor. His major achievements included helping Adams secure a Dutch loan during his mission, selling off all his European and Asian holdings, and obtaining a massive sum of £3.5 million from the French Jewish Rothschild family, all of which he invested in the revolution. His most legendary experience occurred in 1781, on the eve of the decisive battle of the Revolutionary War, the Battle of Yorktown. Washington's Continental Army surrounded Lord Cornwallis's garrison at Yorktown, but launching the campaign required at least £20,000 in war funds. By then, the Continental Army's credit was already on the verge of collapse, so then Treasurer, Robert Morris, had no choice but to write to Washington, declaring, "No funds, no loans." Washington, upon receiving the letter, turned left and wandered into Morris's tent, saying, "Tell Haim Solomon, the £20,000 in war funds duly arrived." Rumors circulated that to raise the funds quickly, Haim Solomon sold a large amount of Continental Army bonds at a low price, which directly led to his own financial crisis. Following the victory of the Revolutionary War, Haim Solomon disappeared. The last news of him came last year, on January 6, 1785. Heavily in debt, Haim Solomon died at home, unable to afford medical care. He was only 45, bringing an end to legendary business legend. Lorraine and Carmen sighed with regret upon hearing the news then, but now, seeing his striking daughter, Lorraine began to doubt the rumors. He cleared his throat and asked cautiously, "Your father, Miss Solomon, was probably accustomed to such questions." Even though Lorraine hesitated, she grasped the core of the matter. "Part of the rumors are true," she said. "My father passed away due to illness last year. Although the family is in debt, it's not so bad that we can't pay his medical expenses. My condolences. He just returned to God's arms." Miss Solomon smiled. Mr. Drake, my father opened a shipyard and a timber processing plant in Boston. It is thanks to the care of your Chamber of Commerce Maritime Group that we have been able to maintain a decent life. Please allow me to express my gratitude to our long-term client. Thank you very much. I didn't expect the Solomon family to turn to shipbuilding. Lorraine scratched her nose awkwardly. Since you are an insider, you showed up with Alexander today, so I probably guessed why you are here. Mr. President, are you ready? Just as you thought, Hamilton put away his grin. At 9 o'clock tonight, Mr. President wants to borrow your war room. The only agenda is the Naval revitalization plan. The revolving door no longer needs to be discussed. Your memorandum has given Congress and the President confidence, full of confidence but no feedback. Is this the political characteristic of the United States? Because the US dollar must be issued first, Hamilton said bluntly. The issuance of US dollars requires the support of the states. Mr. President is about to do this. Until all obstacles are cleared, you important financial tycoons outside the political ecology will not receive specific notifications, because we are natural supporters, because you are natural supporters. Hamilton patted Lorraine's arm. I came here this time. First, I was entrusted by the President to introduce Miss Solomon to you, and second, to inform the President of the invitation. The President said that the future of the United States needs a strong Navy. He and everyone in the Navy Department would like to hear the opinions of the Maritime Group at the forefront of current ship technology. I want to hear what kind of Navy you think is suitable for the United States now. P.S. Haim Solomon's life is basically as described in the article. He is a not-so-conspicuous legendary figure. Someone has calculated that his support for the Continental Army would be worth approximately $40 billion today, roughly equivalent to single-handedly shouldering half the revolution's logistical burden. Furthermore, it's rumored that he drafted the U.S. Constitution, but died before the Constitutional Convention could convene. There's also a rumor that he designed the Great Seal of the United States, as the bald eagle's hood bears the Star of David, a symbol of the Jewish people. What is the Great Seal of the United States? The United States still doesn't have an official national emblem. The current bald eagle image, used as a proxy for the national emblem, is actually the national seal. In Chinese terms, it's the Great Seal. Chapter 543 Problem Solving. Business planning, or business planning, is the latest model born from the characteristics of modern commercial activity. Unlike traditional natural economic models, modern times, especially after the steam revolution, have seen a dramatic increase in productivity and transportation capacity, leading to the emergence of a global market and a dramatic expansion in the scale of commerce. Merchants were arguably among the first to perceive this change. Their profit-seeking nature led them to examine themselves, and they discovered a path to maximize profits before their non-merchant customers. Driven by industrialization, they diminished the individuality of individual products and instead focused on highlighting the individuality of their customers through a broader definition. This is business planning. Business planning is a flexible concept, encompassing everything from the daily menu and the appropriate wine and glass to the distribution of commercial streets, local specialties, and even the deployment of the military. At its core, it uses demand as bait, combined with production and manufacturing capabilities, to induce customers to purchase things they don't even need. Through this approach, merchants began to dominate the world. A complete business plan is often complex, yet its core is remarkably simple. It typically consists of conceptualization, planning, defense, project establishment, sales, production, and after-sales service. Within this process, the priorities of sales and production vary depending on the type of project. Customized projects prioritize sales over production, freeing merchants from the burden of inventory and making them the preferred model. However, these two stages are not the most crucial in the entire project, as even inferior products will find a suitable customer. Successful sales hinge on creating a sense of need in the customer. This process is the defense. The project defense, nested after internal conception and planning and prior to external sales and production, is crucial to the success of the entire project and the subject of Lorraine's first formal exchange with Washington. Tonight's defense focused on the U.S. Navy revitalization plan. This plan aims to rebuild the U.S. Navy from scratch. Depending on U.S. needs and ambitions, the entire project may continue until the end of the wooden sailing age, and orders cannot always be placed exclusively with Drake Maritime. Lorraine is targeting the most valuable first military supply order, with a delivery period of no more than 3 years and a contract value of between £200,000 and £500,000. Only after securing the first order would he consider the second and third. Darkness quickly fell as a group gathered in Lorraine's makeshift conference room, frantically making final preparations. They comprised the ship's elite military sales team, Lorraine, Carmen, and Cran, the commercial core of Lorraine's team, Sharon and Philemon, the commercial core of Pierce's team, and Catalina, Belle, Acheron, and Valrina, who provided military advice for the defense. They represented North America's cutting-edge shipbuilding technology, the most efficient commercial team, the strongest economic power, and the highest caliber naval force outside of the professional military. Their first challenge was confirming the speaker for the defense. Originally, the speaker was not something the Drake Chamber of Commerce had considered. Especially with the current lineup, Lorraine was both the commercial and military leader of the team, had presided over the most numerous and prestigious defenses, and Edward Kenway's experience carried extra weight with Washington, making his credentials unquestionable. But repeatedly, every time he was about to announce his decision, Hamilton and the beautiful Miss Solomon, whose face was blurred with a special effect, would pop up, as if hinting at something, or reminding him of something. What was it? Something that had been overlooked. This time, Alexander Hamilton was selected by Washington as his aide, acting as the temporary Secretary of the Treasury. Official communications between the Oval Office and the Valkyrie explained his selection as General Washington's desire to discuss taxation and the government debt with the states during this northern tour. It was through this channel that Lorraine learned that Boston was only the first stop on Washington's tour. From Boston, he would travel throughout the north-central United States, visiting the construction of the D.C. district before returning to New York. The entire itinerary was expected to last over 2 months. How long Washington stayed abroad was of little concern to Lorraine. His mission was simply to get Washington to Boston. After that, the presidential team would move overland, and the Valkyrie's employment would cease. The key was Hamilton. The president's entourage included 3 generals with naval ties, Secretary of the Navy Admiral Davis, Deputy Chief of Staff Vice Admiral Lingas, and Vice Admiral Smith, in charge of the escort fleet. It was odd for Hamilton to deliver the defense of the Navy revitalization plan, given his position had little to do with the Navy and his personal knowledge of maritime affairs. Of course, it wasn't that strange. After all, he and Lorraine had the best personal relationship in the entire U.S. government, and they were both open partners in the Baltimore shipyard of the Maritime Group. If the U.S. wanted to leverage this closeness to gain a discount, Hamilton's presence at the defense was reasonable. But a mere summons, such a trivial matter would be more appropriately handled by a naval officer or an office secretary, no matter how you look at it. The possibility of Hamilton volunteering himself was extremely low. We were all adults, and while we wouldn't let personal matters get in the way of our work, we wouldn't proactively do it at such a sensitive time. Hamilton held substantial shares in the Maritime Group. Before the contract was finalized, especially on the eve of the planned defense, any proactive action on his part would be passively labeled as self-serving. This suspicion was objective and inevitable, unaffected by his conduct and actions. Even if he publicly relinquished his shares, suspicion would remain. Therefore, Washington's influence was undoubtedly behind Hamilton's actions. If so, his presence must have held some significance. Consider the purposefully introduced Miss Solomon, financial advisor, heir to Haim Solomon, Boston shipyards and shipbuilding factories. A flash of inspiration flashed through Lorraine's mind, and he finally understood Washington's intentions. Perhaps Washington wasn't seeking persuasion in this formal defense, but rather knowledge. But if that were the case, Washington would be effectively depriving Lorraine of her right to pursue profit. Simply knowing would render her rhetoric ineffective. How could he guarantee Lorraine would accept such unequal terms? Unless persuasion was no longer necessary, and the United States already had an answer before the defense. What a long way to go, Lorraine snorted inwardly. It was getting late, with less than an hour until the defense. Lorraine stood up, his eyes scanning the room. This defense, he habitually glanced at Carmen. Carmen smiled brightly, pointing to her heart in a reassuring gesture. She was Lorraine's best social partner, their chemistry needless to say, undeniable. It was just a shame that neither she nor Lorraine were suited for the occasion today. Lorraine smiled and shook his head, ignoring Carmen's surprise, his gaze flicking directly to Kren. Kren will lead the defense, focusing on the technical aspects of the Valkyrie and Valkyrie classes. Favrina will assist with a presentation, providing additional information on marine tactics and battlecruiser tactics. Kren, Favrina, I, and Carmen will attend the defense. Atrin will clean up Kren, Carmen will handle Favrina's makeup, and the rest of you will continue to complete the defense. That's all. Any questions? No one answered. The conference room was hushed, everyone still reviewing or discussing something, turning to look at Lorraine from various angles. Those scattered gazes swayed and gathered, until they twisted into one, still filled with a thick disbelief that could not be concealed. Lorraine heard a strange sound. Hush! Hush! He followed the sound and saw Fafnir in the corner of the room, breathing heavily like a drowning fish. Her small face was not pale enough to be described, her small hands tightly grasped Catalina's sleeves, and her whole body was almost completely hidden in the shadow of the room. When she saw Lorraine looking at her, she immediately trembled and opened her mouth, using all her strength to shout, softer than a falling needle. Chairman! Chairman, I can't defend. Since we come to the Chamber of Commerce to apply for a job, we should regard ourselves as businessmen. Lorraine knocked on the table intermittently, looking a little absent-minded. So everyone, there is no point in running away. He is just the President of the United States. Get ready to go. Chapter 544, There is no such thing as admitting mistakes in the politician's dictionary. 9 o'clock in the evening, Valkyrie War Room. Lorraine and Carmen were the first two people to arrive at the war room, about 15 minutes earlier than the agreed time. They only waited for that 15 minutes. When the clock pointed to 9 o'clock, the door of the war room was pushed open, and Washington's aide-de-camp walked into the cabin and saw Lorraine and Carmen sitting at the edge of the cabin. He couldn't help but be stunned. President Drake, Manager Xavier, I remember that we are the host today. The venue of the defense meeting is like your reception room. Guests should arrive earlier than the host. The only thing that was omitted is the servant's announcement. On the ship, this kind of red tape is insignificant. The aide-de-camp had no power to refute, so he had to skip this part and stood at attention with a snap. His Excellency General Washington has arrived. Carmen stood up, holding Lorraine's hand, and the two faced the cabin door together. Soon, Washington and his entourage entered the cabin. Including Washington and his aide-de-camp, there were 9 of them in total, including 3 admirals from the Navy and Miss Solomon. As Lorraine had expected, Hamilton was not present. Washington extended his hand to Lorraine. Mr. President, and beautiful lady, America welcomes you. It's strange to be treated as guests on your own ship, Lorraine complained. Good evening, Mr. President, and gentlemen, sit down, Washington said, taking the main seat. Once everyone had found their seats, he leaned towards Lorraine. Mr. President, I've been thinking for days about how to begin our conversation. How? It was a strange opening line. Could someone like the President even have troubles? A weak nation, a small people, trembling with fear. We spent 8 years defeating a far stronger enemy, but the whole world knows that we only won, not the victors. Washington frankly analyzed his greatest achievement, objectively and rationally, neither arrogant nor modest. The British called us country bumpkins and thought God had given us a miracle, and we must have been so excited that we lost our minds. In fact, we did lose our minds, but fortunately, as politicians leading the country, we woke up in time. America is in a dangerous situation, Washington grinned. No one knows how long the shelf life of the Treaty of Paris will be. Britain has been eyeing us covetously, and our important friends, France and Spain, have no obligation or reason to help us again. We need the power to protect ourselves. A strong democratic government, a tenacious army, a reliable navy, and as much prosperity and unity as possible are all goals we need to pursue before the next war of independence. Washington stopped talking and straightened up in silence. Mr. President, Mr. Lorraine Drake, are you familiar with your brother? The sudden question caught Lorraine off guard, and Lorraine frowned unhappily. Mr. President, I don't quite understand what you mean. You doubted my motive for changing my itinerary and tried to inquire about America's secrets overnight, Washington said. The Confederation Congress is still united in the general direction. Although I don't know how you received the information you inquired about, at least I know that you did go to inquire and got the answer. Your brother, the Baron Tavistock, the Admiral of the British Royal Navy's North American Fleet, Admiral Zheng Drake, threatened us with a mere battleship and 108 naval guns. He hit our weak spot. That's why I asked the office to reveal my itinerary to you. I originally planned to travel throughout the central and northeastern regions. They are connected, safe, and loyal. If it weren't for your brother, I would rather stay on land with my people. So, please tell me about your relationship with your brother. His invitation was the main reason we hired you, and your position is crucial to whether this debate will proceed. The debate suddenly turned into an inquiry. Lorraine looked at Washington, trying to understand the meaning behind this question. It was a crucial meaning. Just as before the meeting, Lorraine had learned of Washington's favor for the maritime group and his need for this debate through the strange combination of Hamilton and Miss Solomon. Washington's words must have contained some meaning. What was Washington trying to say? What was he trying to convey? Or did he simply want to say nothing and simply need Lorraine's answer to convince his staff? It seemed unlikely. The fact that the Valkyrie was chosen as the presidential ship itself indicated that the Americans were not concerned that Lorraine would collude with Zheng to harm American leaders. Or perhaps, compared to the risk of Zheng acting against Washington, the risk of Lorraine becoming an accomplice was rated no higher than acceptable. If they were not concerned about Lorraine's position, they naturally did not need him to express it. Thus, everything Washington had said before was meaningless and had no value. The same was true for Lorraine's response. Would the President of the United States do such a meaningless thing? Lorraine was very skeptical. The more skeptical he was, the more cautious he became, and the more cautious he was, the more he thought about it. Just as he was thinking deeply, he suddenly heard Carmen giggle. Mr. President, if your country doubts Valkyrie's position, the escort fleet is nearby. America can return to its own ship at any time, and we can also interrupt the trip at any time. Anyway, Valkyrie has no reason to go to Boston. Mr. President is not questioning the loyalty of your Chamber of Commerce. Ms. Xavier, please be careful with your words, retorted Deputy Chief of Staff Lieutenant General Lingos. Carmen put away her fan with a click and smiled coldly. First of all, the Drake Chamber of Commerce has no loyalty to Mr. President. As a powerful multinational Chamber of Commerce, we always maintain neutrality. This is a principle. Secondly, the Valkyrie became the President's flagship this time in the name of mercenary, but your country never mentioned the issue of mercenary money during the negotiation process. We are willing to regard this as the price of friendship, but true friendship must be equal. Your country should not, and has no right to, deprive us of our right to know on the grounds that we have made some investigations. We know that we are about to face a behemoth on the sea, but we are not afraid. On the other hand, what about your country? You concealed your intentions to induce us to accept the mission, and even if you decided to make it public, you would put the blame on us and try to rationalize the concealment. Is this how your country treats friends? Or is it that Mr. President always, nonsense, Carmen, stop. Carmen's chant of putting the blame on others was interrupted softly by Lorraine. He smiled and waved his hand, facing Vice Admiral Linges, who stood up out of control. Carmen, the word admitting a mistake isn't in a politician's vocabulary. Just like as businessmen, we never actively seek losses. His lips curled in a mocking arc. Since you've clearly informed me of your upcoming itinerary, can we begin the defense? The respondent has been waiting outside for a long time. Washington's face showed no sign of unease at having his scheme exposed. Respondent? Could it be that Mr. President isn't the respondent this time? I'd really like to use my rhetoric to convince the President to build a world-class, powerful navy, but unfortunately, that's not what the President wants to hear. The next defense will be presented by Mr. Crown Scott, the world's greatest sailboat designer, assisted by Ms. Favner Hange, the most promising tactical researcher in Drake's direct fleet. They are both unparalleled experts in their fields. I believe that even if the deal doesn't work out, the President will gain some insights into the current state of the ocean and benefit greatly from them. Washington laughed heartily. You've successfully earned yourself some extra points, Mr. President. I'm very much looking forward to this defense. Chapter 545 Knowledge Changes Destiny. The defense of the U.S. Navy revitalization plan officially began. Lorraine clapped softly as a couple of burly, naive-looking security officers in tuxedos entered. The two in front pushed a large standing signboard covered with the blueprints, while the two behind pushed a single-leaf screen, standing between the door and the signboard. It was so thick that the view behind it was completely invisible. Washington pointed at the screen, puzzled. Mr. President, is this also a defense prop? Yes, Mr. President, is there some hidden meaning in the scroll on the screen? Not at all. Lorraine waved her hand. The screen depicts a painting of all nations coming to pay tribute. It depicts Guangzhou during the Tang dynasty. The Tang dynasty was a full 1,000 years ago. Even with all its advanced technology, it couldn't possibly have any relevance to today's oceans. 1,000 years, Washington was stunned. His knowledge was far inferior to John Adams's. While he had some idea that the Far East had a long history of civilization, his mental comparisons were always to Greece, Assyria, Egypt, and even the Maya, viewing it as a kind of barbaric prosperity. But aside from the distinctive Chinese wooden architecture, how did the scene in the scroll differ from present-day New York? Could the Far East really have such an advanced civilization? Seeing his expression, Lorraine couldn't help but recall the anecdote about the Son of Liberty. Washington was truly blessed by fate. In 1753, with only an elementary school education, he was serving as a major in the British Army of Virginia. The French were building forts in the Ohio Valley and, with the support of the natives, were using a non-violent invasion to prevent British westward expansion. At the time, Virginia Governor Robert Dinwiddie ordered Washington to deliver an ultimatum to the French commander, demanding the French leave. The young and energetic Washington immediately leaked the ultimatum to the local newspapers, garnering local attention. However, the French, forced into a desperate struggle, stubbornly refused to withdraw. The British were forced to take further action. In 1754, Washington, once again, successfully escalated the situation. He was promoted to lieutenant colonel and ordered to lead the 1st Virginia Regiment to attack the French in the Ohio Valley. He led his troops in an ambush of a French-Canadian scouting party. During the battle, his Native American ally, Tennessee, killed the French commander, Ethan Champvillon, who, coincidentally, was the only nobleman in the scouting party. Washington then employed his traditional skill, building a fort at the site of his victory, attracting attention and then quickly overrun. He had done similar things many times during the Revolutionary War, but only on this occasion was he captured. The French offered Washington two choices: serve in a prisoner of war camp or sign a peace treaty. Washington's status at the time made him in no position to negotiate peace, but he was not a nobleman. If he were in a prisoner of war camp, he would have to work, with no immediate prospect of redemption. So he readily signed the peace treaty. This unnamed agreement has great significance in modern history. In it, Washington acknowledged that he had authorized the assassination of the French nobleman Champvillon, acting at the behest of Robert Dinwiddie, then the governor of Virginia. Ironically, Washington had no idea what he was signing. Because the treaty was written entirely in French, a language he couldn't read, and the French couldn't believe there were even field-level officers in the British Army who couldn't speak French. The French were furious. The peaceful invasion officially escalated into war, rapidly expanding in scale and becoming the brutal Indian Wars in the blink of an eye. The Indian Wars brought the accumulated tensions between Britain and France to a head, ushering in the 7 Years' War. Britain defeated the Franco-Spanish alliance and seized all of Canada and the Florida Peninsula. In short, Washington's lack of French, his aversion to forced labor, and his love of the spotlight upended the balance of power in North America. After the 7 Years' War, defeated France and Spain increasingly resented the rising power of Britain. Under immense international pressure, Britain, anxious to restore its national strength, opted to impose exorbitant war stamps in North America. The colonial powers' heavy taxes and levies fueled the Boston Tea Party, sparking the Revolutionary War. It was only natural for France and Spain to join the war. Louis XV would have been content to die with a smile on his face if he could displease George III. The second summary was that Washington had been dedicated to the cause of American independence since 1753. This 30-year drama, which engulfed Europe and the United States, was orchestrated with such ingenuity that it would be considered unparalleled in human history. This conclusion nearly made Lorraine laugh. He suppressed his laughter, so nervous that Valrhona, turning sideways, stepped right into Karen's shadow as she entered the cabin, bumping into Karen's broad back with a thud. Washington immediately misunderstood. He nodded gently and kindly at Fafnir, and asked curiously, "Mr. President, is there any interesting hidden story behind this defense?" "Hidden story? No," Lorraine shook his head. "I'm just saying that knowledge can really change destiny. Knowledge changes destiny, Mr. President. Aren't you curious about the purpose of the screen?" Lorraine asked rhetorically. The girl standing behind Kren, at a loss, is Miss Fafnir Hanji, a talented seafarer trained by the Chamber of Commerce. She is knowledgeable and versatile. She is the head of the tactics department of the fleet, the admiral of the 1st Squadron, and the captain of the only second-generation servant-class ship, the Mistra, in service in the fleet. Her tactical style is tough and flexible. She is best at short-range multi-ship coordination, using close combat to create local advantages and win by siege. If you have seen her berserker-like brave fighting style, you will definitely not imagine that she is an ordinary girl suffering from social disorders. As long as there are more than 2 people paying attention to her within her field of vision, she will be shy and unable to make a sound. The screen is to allow her to speak smoothly. "I was thinking earlier that if the Chamber of Commerce's school hadn't unleashed her tactical talent, she might have been an unfit housewife. And if it weren't for her eagerness to learn and her memory, she certainly wouldn't have become an admiral. That's why I say, knowledge changes destiny." "It seems your talent extends beyond privateering," Washington complimented. "That's quite a philosophical statement. It's more of a businessman sentiment. But thank you for the compliment." Lorraine gestured to Kren. "Kren, begin." Following the instruction, Kren led Fafnir in a deep bow to the audience in the cabin. At the fullest point of the bow, he snapped open his pointer and lashed it across the standing board behind him. "Today, please allow me to solemnly introduce to you, gentlemen, the most innovative large warships in the ocean today. The Valkyrie class, a special 54-gun frigate designed and manufactured independently by Drake Maritime Group and thoroughly battle-tested in the 2 years since its finalization, is a battle cruiser. Its sister ship, the Valkyrie class." He raised his hand and flipped open the blueprints on the board. The Valkyrie and Valkyrie classes share a common design, with a standard length of 62.2 meters, a beam of 13.6 meters, and a mainmast height of 58 meters. Crafted from century-old Great Lakes oak, it boasts the highest density and third highest oil content among mainstream oak shipbuilding materials. This ship prioritizes high speed and agility, boasting a design top speed of 13.5 knots, a minimum turning radius of 100 meters, and a favorable wind angle of 72 degrees. It can achieve super-speed sailing at wind angles of 36 degrees or less. As a warship over 60 meters long, it boasts a full crew of 400 sailors and can accommodate 2 command systems, making it suitable for use as a fleet flagship. Its firepower is a single-deck gunboat configuration, with 15 18-pound long-range guns on each side. The upper deck is enclosed, housing 7 24-pound short-range guns, each. 4 18-pound short-range guns are mounted bow, and 6 18-pound medium-range guns are aft. The hull design is stable enough to support a full 32-pound long-range saturation, providing unprecedented room for firepower upgrades. In addition, the Valkyrie class's 1-inch copper-clad bottom and 2.5-inch cast iron armor maximize its defense without compromising speed, making a host of new tactics possible. Kren took a deep breath. Currently, more and more people are discussing the revolutionary value of 300-meter lines of fire and mobile warfare on the ocean. The 2 specialized battle cruisers designed by our Chamber of Commerce are a testament to these new tactics and have achieved astonishing combat effectiveness. Battle cruisers have proven to be the best coastal defense ships and the best ocean-going assault ships, ideally suited for America, which has yet to establish a comprehensive maritime strategy. Our Chamber of Commerce has tailored a cost-effective naval revitalization plan for the United States. Next, a thin, weak girl's voice rang from behind the screen. Fafnir, like a frightened little rabbit, stretched out her thin pointer and tapped the board 3 times. Kren's momentum immediately waned. He gave a wry laugh, paused, and turned to open a new blueprint for Valorhona. Valorhona hid behind the screen, breathing cautiously. Considering the lack of professional naval personnel in the United States, well, I'll start from the era of oars and sails. You can ask questions. Well, don't worry that asking questions will make you look like layman. My teacher said that even if you don't ask questions, you are still layman. Well, I'll start. P.S. Washington's deeds are based on historical facts, not made up by me. P.S. 2. Li Ka-shing said that knowledge changes destiny, which is why Lorraine said. That's also a businessman's understanding. Chapter 546. Everyone comes to find fault. The atmosphere in the cabin was scorching. Especially the 3 generals from the American Navy, an admiral and 2 vice admirals. They looked as if they wanted to glare right through the thick screen. Understandable, yes, understandable. In fact, if Washington hadn't been present, Lorraine was sure these generals, their dignity so severely insulted, would have long since abandoned their gentlemanly manners. At least, they wouldn't be sitting in silence, waiting for their moment to explode. Valrhona truly excelled at creating surprises. Looking at her awkward, erratic manner earlier, who could have imagined that her emaciated, masochistic voice could seamlessly deliver such stilted rhetoric, effortlessly transforming a customer into an enemy? Yet, Lorraine had to admit, Valrhona's transitional skills were impeccable. This was an extremely formal project defense, so formal it was almost boring. Washington had drawn a line for Lorraine. If she's satisfied, she'd have to forego her rhetorical bonus. If she didn't, she might not even get to start her defense. This was profoundly unfair to the Drake Chamber of Commerce, the second party. Because the customers were neither technicians nor sailors, even with a world-class Krang leading the presentation and the Valkyrie as a real-life comparison, the dry ship specifications struggled to resonate with them. It was the planning and presentation of fleet tactics and composition that truly made them realize, with a fleet like this, what could I possibly accomplish? However, this presented another challenge, the Navy's frivolous and unjustified superiority over the merchants. True, as Fafner had said, the American Navy was merely a bunch of amateurs, constantly ensconced within the gun emplacements, never having faced the ravages of war. But that didn't stop them from considering themselves experts. Their minds, trained on introductory British and French textbooks and accustomed to quibbling over classic battles throughout history, were no match for a tactical lecture from a bunch of privateers. Fafner took a different approach. She had taken the liberty of dressing the presentation as a classroom and the American generals as students. The generals certainly couldn't tolerate a little girl's disdain, but they couldn't lose their temper in front of Washington. They could only listen with a nitpicking mentality, hoping to find flaws in Valrhona's words and harp on them, proving her a worthless and incompetent businesswoman. It's well known that people are far more focused when they're nitpicking than when they're listening. A brilliant move. Lorraine smiled, crossed her fingers, and tried to join the generals in finding fault with Valrhona. Valrhona was truly the most outstanding scholar like Commander Drake had discovered in the past decade, neither superficial nor rigid. She began her discussion with the paddle sail era, when France and Turkey competed for Mediterranean supremacy, focusing on the evolution of long-range naval equipment and close combat boarding tactics, and then, through offense and defense, transitioned to the sailing age of the discovery. From the cog to the carrack, and from the carrack to the galleon. The great geographical discoveries overturned our demand for ships. To meet the needs of the ocean, ships were built larger and larger, and the fluids became more and more sophisticated. The cost of a single ship increased significantly during this process. Even the most powerful countries could no longer use ships as ordinary consumables as before. The hulls became thicker, the freeboards increased, and the calibers increased. The distances of naval battles became longer and longer, and it became increasingly difficult to sink a warship. Until the battle line emerged, marine tactics officially entered an era where caliber was king. In today's world, Britain, the strongest nation at sea, possesses nearly 500 gunboats of various classes, including 68 battleships and above equipped with 32-pounders. The French Navy ranks second, with over 350 gunboats of various classes and 47 battleships and above. Spain is third, with over 200 in service and 39 in reserve. The Royal Navy's strength stems from its global reach of 30 million soldiers and over 50 years of accumulated service. Therefore, relying on America's territory, population, wealth, and history to rapidly build a world-class navy is impossible. Fafner had probably completely let go. After all she could see was Kren, who was helping her turn the image, and her audience had been so engrossed in finding fault that they hadn't uttered a word, as if they didn't even exist. Of course, this statement had, understandably, caused a backlash. Admiral Davis, the Secretary of the Navy, slammed the table and stood up. While his voice remained cool and rational, the thump was a bit too loud. Boom. So, According to Miss, this defense is completely unnecessary. Fafnir was probably startled. The screen trembled, and the sound coming through became fragmented, barely discernible. The syllables of sorry. Lorraine snorted softly. Mr. President, has your Navy Department been so naive as to believe that with its limited defense budget, it can challenge the likes of Britain and France in a few years? Washington crossed his legs and picked up his coffee. Winning is a soldier's duty, Mr. President. They're just doing their job. I thought defending our country was a soldier's duty, but freedom comes from victory, not resignation. Reason and resignation are parallel lines. If the military rejects reason as well, it would be an overreaction. From what you've said, Mr. President, does your plan have anything to do with reason? It's just practical. Compared to the unrealistic plan of trying to be world-class, it's more practical. The two chatted casually, leaving the charging Secretary of the Navy aside. Admiral Davis felt increasingly awkward standing there, but he couldn't find the steps to sit down. At that moment, Miss Solomon, who was sitting in the back row, rose gracefully and whispered something in the Admiral's ear. The General snorted coldly and sat back in his seat. Miss Solomon glanced at Karen in front of the signboard, her eyes resting on the front of the screen. Ms. Farna, you have fully demonstrated your expertise. Next, we hope to hear more useful suggestions, those related to America, rather than the Mediterranean history of the French Empire hundreds of years ago. Yes, yes, the voice behind the screen finally became louder, but the momentum was weaker than at the beginning. Lorraine rubbed his brow with a headache and secretly winked at Karen. Karen understood and stood up, looking directly at Miss Solomon. The Chamber of Commerce believes, he interrupted Fafnir. Battleships are meaningless to America, General Smith said coldly from his seat. Isn't it because the maritime group lacks the ability to build battleships? Excuse me, the first design I created after becoming an apprentice was the main hull plan for the Royal Navy's third-class battleship HMS Endeavour. Therefore, building a battleship presented no obstacle to the maritime group's design team. The reason America isn't suited for battleships lies within America itself. Standard European arrogance again. Your Chamber of Commerce claims to uphold neutrality, but do you also believe that the New Worlders don't deserve battleships? The honest Kren was speechless. General Smith was just about to press on when Carmen shook open the fan ribs. General, why are you asking when you already know the answer? The maritime group doesn't build battleships because, to date, it hasn't received a formal order for them, and certainly hasn't independently designed any, but our design team has the capabilities. If America wanted battleships, they could have offered us real money to design and manufacture them. Kren and the maritime group wouldn't refuse a customer's order. He simply said that because battleships simply aren't suitable for America, why aren't they suitable? Cost. Fafnir finally revived, her alarmed pointer poking out from behind the screen again, tapping the board. Kren breathed a sigh of relief, turned around, flipped open the blueprint, and presented a complex naval battle diagram to the crowd. Admiral Davis's eyes widened. This is the Battle of Chesapeake Bay, Fafnir replied. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 547 comes to an abrupt end. The Battle of the Chesapeake Bay. Among the countless decisive naval engagements in human history, it might just be a mediocre battle, small in scale and unremarkable in execution. In this battle, the two great powers of the time, Britain and France, combined their vast naval forces, unprecedented in New World warfare history, but deployed two mediocre commanders. Indeed, mediocrity. In this crucial engagement, neither the French Admiral François-Joseph Paul de Grasse nor the British commander, Rear Admiral Graves, demonstrated the true strength of their respective navies. The battle ended in a mediocre French victory, quickly losing its significance in the eyes of most experts. But for Americans, it remains the most important and greatest naval battle in human history. This is because it was part of the Battle of Yorktown, a minor victory that left no mark on human military history and convinced the trapped British Army at Yorktown to abandon any hope of a breakout. The victory at Yorktown sealed the end of the Revolutionary War. After 8 years of fighting, the United States finally broke away from Britain and stood proudly as a respected and independent member of the human world. This battle held irreplaceable political significance for the United States. Even though the weak U.S. played only a tiny role in the war's logistics and never even witnessed a battlefield, it is still considered by the U.S. Navy to be the first representative battle in naval history. No one could have imagined that Valrhona, behind the screen, would so brazenly bring this naval battle to the podium at the defense meeting. The Battle of the Chesapeake Bay is a classic example of the application of traditional battle lines. Valrhona's voice was so weak that it was impossible to discern sincerity or sarcasm. The battle was fought with 32 French battleships and 19 British battleships. While the difference in firepower might seem significant, analyzing other similar cases easily leads to the conclusion that both sides were similar in strength. The root cause of this unequal strength lies in the very nature of the battle line, which involves arranging ships in a specific pattern to keep them relatively stationary on the sea for extended periods of time. This allows for concentrated firepower, unleashing a massive amount of ammunition on a specific area of sea within a specific time frame. This strategy aims to achieve victory through sheer quantity, using the most brute force possible to increase the absolute number of hits on targets and ultimately achieve victory. In this battle, the French had 32 ships against 19. Neither side participated in the battle, and the ratio of second-tier ships was similar. Therefore, the ratio of ammunition delivered per round should have been close to 3-2. However, the French advantage lay in their long range and accuracy, but these two advantages were largely offset within the battle line. The British advantage lay in rate of fire. Their specialized operational procedures allowed their heavy artillery to fire at a rate of 2/3 or even half that of the French. In actual combat, the theoretical projectile capabilities of both sides were essentially the same. The British were defeated due to poor coordination. 2/3 of their already disadvantaged fleet failed to reach combat positions in time, resulting in a one-sided situation when the decisive battle began. The French were defeated due to tactical rigidity. They failed to adjust to a more targeted formation in a timely manner. As a result, a golden opportunity slipped away. Despite their enormous advantage, they only seriously damaged one British battleship. Lorraine heard a disdainful sneer from Vice Chief of Staff, Vice Admiral Lingos. "Everyone can boast, little girl. Since you say the French fleet also suffered a defeat in the Chesapeake, why don't you guess why they didn't adjust their formation in time?" Silence fell behind the screen, and Vice Admiral Lingos's tempers grew increasingly intense. "What? Can guess? Don't dare to guess? Or are you worried that your previous boasts will be exposed and we will see your ignorant appearance?" No, he explained softly behind the screen. "I originally prepared a lot of connecting topics. I never thought that someone would be so cooperative." "Huh? Why did the French sit back and watch the fighter plane slip away without changing the battle formation?" The answer to this question happens to coincide with one of the most important questions today. Why is the current United States not suitable for battleships? Farina returned to popular science mode. As mentioned earlier, the key to the battle line is to keep the fleet relatively stationary during combat, thereby increasing the efficiency of concentrated fire. However, the ocean itself is not static. Ocean currents, water depth, wind speed, wind direction. Even if they are close at hand, the conditions that each ship needs to face are unlikely to be exactly the same. To achieve tactical effectiveness, grassroots sailors must possess high-level professional qualities. In today's world, the basic requirements of the British, French, and Spanish battle lines are that they must not deform for at least 2 hours and not disintegrate for 6 hours. This is the result of their hundreds of years of tactical accumulation. The composition of the U.S. Navy is similar to that of Drake's direct fleet. Most sailors come from fishing boats, merchant ships, privateers, and pirates, and most commanders have no experience in commanding battle lines. Considering the performance of the direct fleet in battle line exercises, the U.S. Navy can only maintain no deformation for half an hour and no disintegration for 2 hours, which is far from meeting basic combat requirements. Massive adjustments to formations within the battle line carry enormous risks for the commander. One misstep could plunge the fleet into irreparable chaos. This is precisely why France chose to let victory slip away during the Battle of the Chesapeake Bay. On the other hand, a battleship without the support of a battle line is at best a clumsy, large gunboat. To maximize the concentrated firepower of a battle line, and assuming the crews are qualified, the United States needs to commission at least 5 battleships within a short period of time. Taking into account the cost and manpower requirements, the Chamber of Commerce believes that the United States is not suited to ordering battleships at this time. Compared to these traditional naval weapons, our Chamber of Commerce's unique battle cruisers are a better choice for your country." Her words were eloquent and well-reasoned. Fafnir lacked a natural talent for persuasion. She didn't dare to make eye contact with her audience. Nor did she have the necessary rhetoric to articulate her views clearly and coherently. All she could do was pour out her knowledge according to the outline, providing a reference for the audience to digest and reflect on. And this was exactly what America needed most right now. On the one hand, they needed to quickly build the framework for a powerful navy to bolster the central government's prestige and protect their coastline and the merchants who plied the seas. On the other hand, they lacked the technology, budget, and resources to meet the practical needs of a developed economy for maritime force. This reality necessitated that the U.S. Navy forge a path different from that of established maritime powers. This was the duty and privilege of contemporary American military personnel and politicians. They needed only reference, not conviction. Washington felt a sense of satisfaction, like a premium dessert, its mouth filled with a sweet, lingering aftertaste. He sighed with relief. "Mr. President, your representative gave us a wonderful defense. We finally have a certain understanding of the ocean. Although this understanding is not enough to make us a powerful country immediately, your kindness is unforgettable. I know you still have real food to serve on the table." Drake must have designed a procurement plan and basic tactics for the United States, but I hope that we can stop here today. Lorraine frowned. "Mr. President, this is unfair. I know it's unfair to do so, so I promise you that if I am still alive after meeting with General Drake, I will do my best to persuade the Confederation Congress to give you the First Order of the United States Navy." This is George Washington's promise. Chapter 548, Dates are so sweet. It's a mess. The defense meeting was over, and even though Lorraine had already left with her team, she still felt a deep sense of utter disillusionment. The Americans wanted to build a navy. A combat-capable fleet held immense political and defense value for the current American government. They lack international support, otherwise that ridiculous tribute ship wouldn't have needed to be built in England, nor would it have been so shabby that the initial design hasn't even been completed. If they wanted a navy, they could only rely on the New World's leading shipbuilding groups. A maritime group, while not the only option, was the best of all. Considering all 5 of these points, George Washington, what the hell was he doing? Lorraine was furious. As they walked back to the temporary meeting room where they'd started, he slammed his wig onto the sofa. This was a rare occurrence for Lorraine. After all, the captain was the heart and soul of the ship, and as a professional seaman, he always remembered to convey a positive, sunny, and confident demeanor to his crew. But this time, the combination of Shaq's confusion, the Americans' evasiveness, and Washington's bewilderment finally broke his limit. With that fall, his pent-up anger erupted like a flash flood. It was a sudden and unexpected event. Fortunately, Carmen and Karen had been partners with Lorraine for 10 years. Though startled by his outburst, they instinctively understood the cause, knowing that Lorraine's wrath wasn't directed at the cabin. Having found the root cause, his actions filled him with more than just concern, but also curiosity. Unfortunately, Lorraine's old team members weren't the only ones attending the defense today. Little Valhono huddled in a pitiful ball. She was timid to begin with almost no self-confidence, and she had no daily acquaintance with Lorraine. When she thought about it carefully, it was even the first time she saw Lorraine angry. People who lack self-confidence often have embarrassing extreme self-confidence in many aspects. For example, as long as someone is dissatisfied, they will subconsciously think that they must be wrong. President. I'm sorry, Lorraine, who was about to curse, was interrupted in the instant. She turned around with a confused look on her face and found the little girl who was almost integrated with the shadows at the door. Fafnir held back tears and pinched the hem of her dress. It's all because of my own talk that I messed up the business. I'm unworthy of the president's expectations. If you are a bit self-righteous, Hanji, it was Carmen who spoke. She gently put her hand on Fafnir's head and gently stroked it along the direction of growth. Her voice was as gentle as the warm sunshine in spring. She smiled and said to Farna, "This matter has nothing to do with you, and the captain doesn't blame you. To be honest, you performed very well tonight. It would be even better if you could walk out from behind the screen. Manager Xavier is, really, I won't praise people against my conscience. Since you said you performed very well, then your performance is very good." Farna's guilt finally dissipated a little, but it was only a little. She looked up gratefully. But, Manager Xavier, is the business really ruined? If it were you and the president, I hate to say this, but even if the captain and I were in charge of the defense, I don't think the result would be different. At most, the Americans won't interrupt us out of courtesy. Why, that's what we need to investigate next. Carmen gently patted Valrhona's forehead. Well, everyone's worked hard today. Go to bed early. Don't forget, we're still sailing. Carmen smiled charmingly, and Valrhona lowered her head shyly, her mind devoid of any doubt. Yes. I'm leaving. Valrhona left, and only Valrhona left. By the time she left the cabin and closed the door, Kren had already poured 3 glasses of rum at the mini-bar. He pushed one for Lorraine and left the other glass there, waiting for Carmen to pick up. The 3 of them drank in silence. After a while, Lorraine looked at Carmen with a strange look. Carmen, do you think that the following conversation is not suitable for Hanji to participate? It's not that she is not suitable to participate. Why do you think so, Captain? Under normal circumstances, you would never comfort Hanji, even for Catalina's sake. At most, you would tell her that the defense result was not her fault. Right, I would comfort her under normal circumstances, huh? Because girls with low self-esteem are difficult to convince. Coaxing them away is the most energy-saving method, Carmen said as a matter of course, and the question of whether the following conversation is not suitable for her to participate. It's not that she is not suitable, it's just that it's more convenient to coax her away. Aha. Lorraine was full of admiration, and even his previous depression dissipated a lot unconsciously. He quickly composed himself, stood up, and poured the 3 men a second glass. Kren, do you think the U.S. has any intention of purchasing warships? It looks like they were serious about it. Kren swirled the ice in his glass. Perhaps the Navy Department has other ideas about the supplier. You see, we're not the American Chamber of Commerce, after all. Political considerations. Lorraine thought Kren's explanation made sense to a certain extent. The Navy revitalization program was a national defense order, and the U.S. would undoubtedly favor its own chambers of commerce, both for social favors and security reasons. But just as Lorraine had analyzed the revolving door plan for Hamilton earlier, did American companies truly have the capacity to undertake this project independently? Rather than the U.S. Navy Department wanting to award its warship orders to domestic shipyards, Lorraine was more inclined to believe that political considerations were driving the deal, suggesting they wanted the French. However, this conflicted with Washington's actions. If the U.S. had already decided to divest the Drake Chamber of Commerce from the Navy revitalization program, many of its actions and words would have been unnecessary, such as the need for this anticlimaxed defense meeting. Thinking of this, Lorraine frowned and shook his head. It shouldn't be political considerations, or all the speculations about excluding us from the supplier list conflict with what they are doing now. This is what I can't understand. Kren scratched his head. By the way, they have an appointment with your brother to meet on the high seas, right? And they are worried that he will tear up the treaty. From this point of view, could it be that they intend to use the order to hang on to us and let us be Washington's boatmen with peace of mind? Definitely not. Carmen stroked the rim of the cup. Looking absent-minded, whether there's this order or not, we can't refuse General Washington's request, because of the American branch, because of the revolving door plan. Lorraine interrupted to answer Kren's question. No matter how big the order for the Navy revitalization plan is, with the current financial situation of the United States, the profit it can bring to the Chamber of Commerce each year is limited. It's a question of how much profit it can make. The revolving door plan will bring about a qualitative change in the Drake Chamber of Commerce. We will gain the right to influence American politics. In the long run, perhaps we can also influence the pattern of the Americas and even the world through the United States. This is something that cannot be lost. That completely doesn't explain America's behavior tonight. Kren spread his hands. Maybe it's just like Hanji said, those petty people lost their composure, angered by her rhetoric, I think. Carmen hesitated for a moment. How should I put it? I suspect General Washington is still worried about her position. Lorraine was stunned. Hanging the bait, in case we abandon him if the situation changes, that's the only explanation. Although it's a bit mean, it does fit the politician's style. Compared to promises, trusting interests more, Carmen said. If that's the case, it's a bit disgusting. He'll make amends. Carmen picked up the wine glass and placed a seductive lip print on the rim. If what happened tonight was really a premeditated trick, America must have secretly passed a bill to make Maritime Group the Navy's sole supplier. Politicians are good at giving a slap in the face and then giving a sweet date. Now the slap has been given, and soon we should be able to see what the date looks like." Before she finished speaking, there was a knock on the door outside the cabin. It was Idley. "Captain, Miss Solomon is here. She wants us to select a temporary presidential attaché to assist the generals of the Navy Department in studying the fleet composition plan we are planning." Lorraine couldn't help rolling his eyes. This date is so sweet. He drank the wine in the glass in one gulp, and his eyes jumped back and forth between Carmen and Karen several times. Carmen raised her hands mischievously. "I really don't like Americans nowadays, especially those greasy generals." This sentence meant that the result of the choice was out. Lorraine looked at Karen sincerely. "Karen, as a gentleman who has been single for many years, I guess you will not refuse the opportunity to be with a lady, right?" Chapter 549 High Seas. All around was a boundless expanse of blue, vast and translucent, like oil paint mixed by a naughty child. Above was azure, below was the abyss, and in the middle was a black, frothy blue shadow. Normally, it was called the sea. The boundless ocean was a lifelong love of sailors, but all along the way, thanks to the meddling of overprotective American think tanks, Lorraine had never been able to see it. The shadow of the continent always loomed at the end of her sight. Until today. This morning's positioning indicated that the northbound fleet had officially passed the latitude of Cape Cod. The high seas rendezvous chosen by Shack was somewhere outside the Gulf of Maine. From a navigational perspective, continuing to sail close to the coast was pointless. Adley consulted the American passengers, and Valkyrie finally received authorization to leave the coast and head northwest into the deep ocean. Half a day into the voyage, the sea darkened, and the wind and waves grew noticeably stronger. Lorraine had just finished her 2-on-1 rest shift, with 3/4 of the crew reporting for duty, and all rest shifts were over. Only then did the Americans truly realize the gap between themselves and Drake's elite crews. The escort fleet was unsuited to blue waters. Their ships had absolutely no trouble sailing in blue waters. Both the classic French style and the improved Baltimore-class vessels had years of ocean-going experience and were proven capable of handling a wide range of extreme weather conditions. The problem lay with their crews. Without a land-based reference point, the inexperienced naval officers constantly struggled to balance course and formation. In just 4 or 5 hours, the Diamond Escort formation had already been distorted 3 times. Each time, it was the Valkyrie observers who first noticed and provided precise and effective adjustments. This deeply distressed Admiral Smith, the commander of the escort fleet. His flagship failed to fulfill its role. Instead, the Valkyrie, the most vulnerable to disconnection, had to accommodate the slow-moving escort ships while managing the fleet's navigation. Although I don't want to admit it, we still have a long way to go. Admiral Smith stood at the side with a complicated expression, muttering to himself, looking at the 2 figures on the Valkyrie, Lorraine and Washington, more than 50 meters away. Mr. President. Perhaps because of the upcoming meeting with Shack or the departure from the near sea, the American restrictions that had lasted for more than 10 days were suddenly lifted shortly after Adley consulted for opinions on offshore operations. The presidential attaché was allowed to interact freely with the crew of the Valkyrie. Although this did not mean much, it at least brought a little more life to the deck. It was under such circumstances that Washington found Lorraine, who seemed to have nothing to do. Mr. President, he walked out of the poop like an ordinary wealthy man and headed straight for Lorraine's position. Mr. President, Lorraine smiled, turning around and saluting. After over 10 days, I finally get to see you on deck. That's not accurate, Washington retorted with a smile. We first met on deck, in New York, just 12 days ago. A ship that hasn't left port and a ship that has left port are 2 different things. As sailors, we don't generally treat them the same. That approach sounds exactly like what you did in Miami. I heard that hostile Indians and surrendered Indians were treated very differently. Washington picked an interesting topic, Indians, a rather obscure one that Lorraine hadn't prepared for, and certainly wouldn't have had the time to prepare for. Lorraine's smile widened. What you heard is probably a rumor, Mr. President. From a businessman's point of view, the value of human labor is equal in my eyes, regardless of skin color, but civilization does make the value of different skin colors different, doesn't it? I don't think it's civilization, it's education. Education is the added value of human labor. Washington showed a surprised expression on his face. You are also planning to educate the surrendered Indians, why not? Indians, whites, and blacks can all communicate in English after receiving a certain level of education. and their muscle structure is very similar. At least until now, I have never seen goods that can only be carried by white people. This is probably the most profound explanation of labor I have ever heard. Washington laughed. Perhaps, Lorraine decided to take the initiative. Why is Mr. President suddenly interested in Indians? Washington shook his head. I have no interest in Indians, no, Washington said. This conversation was simply advice from an elder to a younger man. Indians and wolves are both predatory beasts, species that compete with humans for living space, but they are far more dangerous than wolves because they walk on two legs and are similar to humans in many ways. We should be careful of them. In 1779, I told Major General John Sullivan that if waste is placed near all settlements, our country will not only be flooded, but destroyed. I repeat this sentence to you now. The sudden racist remark left Lorraine stunned for a moment. He tried to digest Washington's point, and as he did so, a word suddenly popped into his mind. Mr. President, I seem to hear the word westward. I didn't use that word, at least not today. Washington neither confirmed nor denied. Mr. President, the pioneers of the New World can never avoid fighting with the Indians. They call me the town destroyer, not because of how many Indians I have killed with my own hands, but because I know clearly their threat and have an uncompromising will. In the New World, only one of us and the Indians can survive. You hold enormous power, and you must make a decision. I see. Lorraine sighed. I always thought you were a supporter of racial equality. I do support the emancipation of black slaves. They have no civilization, no threat, and are worthy of God's kindness, but they will always grow up, and grow up under the protection of white people. One day they will be more threatening than Indians. Lorraine pointed out the contradiction in Washington's thinking sharply. Mr. President, more than 200 years ago, Britain, France, Spain, the Netherlands, these powerful countries trained their own pirates in the Caribbean to fight against the enemy. At that time, they also thought that pirates would not be a threat. As a result, the pioneers paid the price for the indulgence of these countries. Even now, the overall strength of the pirate world is far greater than that of the United States. I'm not saying that those powerful countries did something wrong more than 200 years ago. After all, pirates made Britain successful and made the Drake family successful. Lorraine laughed at himself. What I want to say is that what humans lack the least is enemies. There is no need to look for them deliberately. They will continue to appear in front of us. I will kill them after they show their fangs and before they release their murderous intent. If I can't kill them, I will run away. This is my principle of dealing with enemies. Washington expressionless, even if he is your brother, motherland, or allies around me, once they regard me as an enemy, they are no different from ordinary enemies to me, allies around me, right? P.S. Washington's theory of Indians is taken from historical facts. Special notice. Chapter 550 Cool. Scott, have you heard? Heard what? Before afternoon tea, the president took the initiative to meet with Mr. Drake. Isn't your reaction too calm, indifferent? This was a spur-of-the-moment meeting. With Mr. President's status, this situation would never have happened if he wasn't on the ship. What was the result? How did the meeting turn out? It was a mess. It was a mess. It was a mess. Which side? Probably. I don't know. Mr. Hamilton said both sides messed up. So you want to tell me that the order's dead? How is that possible? As long as there is no second shipyard in the United States that can produce battle cruisers, the order will not change, and the conditions will not change. Again? Your dullness and appearance really don't match at all. Talking to you about this is as boring as playing the lute to a cow. Thank you for the compliment. That's not it at all. Forget it. Where's the budget I want? Wait a minute. Karen stood up and walked from his tidy workbench to his messy desk, rummaging through a pile of documents. He soon found the project budget, drafted by Sharon and Flyman and approved by Carmen, and handed it to Miss Solomon. You review it first. If you have any questions, we can discuss it here directly. He scratched his head in frustration. Honestly, I understand the captain's feelings. These past few days, we've only been able to make progress when Admiral Smith is on board. Once he's in command of the escort fleet, I think the remaining two generals are just wasting time. Mr. President and the two generals simply hope to deepen your bond with America as much as possible. Miss Solomon turned her head away guiltily. They carry heavy responsibilities, and they can only seek guarantees more reliable than trust. This is a politician's instinct and a responsibility to this country. Political issues are beyond my jurisdiction, and their methods are so clumsy. Karen glanced around his workroom and suddenly realized that the cabin was so messy that there was no place for the lady to stay temporarily. Well, why don't you go to Carmen's place? Or the inner cabin? The inner cabin is fine. Miss Solomon chose Karen's bedroom on the ship without hesitation. Their methods may be clumsy, but that's also because America can't find anything that can control the Drake Chamber of Commerce, and they have always had few choices. In that case, please don't blindly imitate the political methods of powerful countries. Learn to be like a real weak country, and try to believe in the brilliance of human nature, Karen muttered, pushed open the door of the inner cabin, pointed to the tidy inner room and said, "Please feel free to use the bed and coffee table. I will ask someone to bring drinks immediately." Also, the sentence just now was the captain's original words, and he said it after the defense ended the day, so early. Miss Solomon was surprised. "If you could tell me earlier, I would definitely try to persuade the president." "That's futile. You won't know whether it's futile until you try." "Scott, I plan to report to the president solemnly after I go back." Karen didn't respond in a hurry, but just stared at her, looking very tired. Miss Solomon doesn't seem to be too inclined to use her brain. "Sorry, of course, I'm not questioning your intelligence. I'm saying that, aside from the economic aspects of your job, you seem to prefer acting on impulse." Miss Solomon felt offended. "Scott, I always thought you were a reliable gentleman." Kren waved his hand. "If you disagree, why didn't you object to this low-quality approach before?" Miss Solomon faltered. Because the think tank believes this approach is feasible. After all, Mr. Drake needs to rely on America for profit, so he wouldn't be dissatisfied with a frank party, eh? Then why do you insist on making this suggestion to your president? That's— Solomon's voice dropped several octaves. "Of course, it's because the think tank's judgment is clearly wrong. If this continues, it will likely damage our future partnership." Going with the flow, believing everything you hear, Kren's words were unfinished, and when they reached Miss Solomon's ears, her brain instantly completed them. "See, you really don't like to use your brain." Those words, which existed only in Miss Solomon's imagination, infuriated her so much that her voice trembled. "Should I really remain silent even though I know my employer is wrong?" The woman was anxious, and Karen panicked. He was a man of the honest, considerate, and responsible nature of a cherished animal. For so many years, he had devoted himself to sailing, and his experience with women was largely limited to the affections of his family and pure friendships like Carmen. Furthermore, he was a serious Nordic man, raised to maintain distance and minimize contact. Every Nordic man has a well-known social anxiety, and for Karen, that side was women with potential for development, but undefined relationships, paranoia, suspicion, vigilance, and the necessary communication. He was not adept at handling such complex interactions, and he had no experience comforting women. But today, it seems there is no escape. He gritted his teeth and organized his words. "Miss Solomon, well, I don't mean to blame you, nor am I in a position to blame you, but you do think that my idea of advising the president is wrong. It's not a question of right or wrong, but it's unnecessary." "How can it be unnecessary? If we allow the gap to deepen, the limited communication ends here, and nothing will deepen. In the next few days, even if the president talks with the captain again, I don't think the content of the conversation will be more in-depth than the weather." "How could it be?" Kren pulled his hair in embarrassment. "I don't understand political issues very well. In fact, if I have to say, as a technician, I am not very proficient in business issues. You are the expert in this area. But I understand the captain. Your understanding of him probably remains at a very high level. You think he is proficient in military, politics, business, and civilians, has means, patience, courage, and is cruel and selfish enough, but in fact, he is probably the person with the least patience on the Valkyrie. He has enough talent to see the problem clearly, and then choose shortcuts to fight for as much benefit as possible in the shortest process. In other words, his way of making decisions has always been to make trade-offs, rather than strive for perfection." "You said that he and the president parted ways on bad terms, which shows that in his opinion, parting on bad terms is the best outcome at the moment. Like you said, we look at the benefits that China and the United States can bring us, whether it is ship orders or the revolving door plan later. But on the other hand, America also needs us. The Maritime Group is the only shipyard that can build top-level battlecruisers, and the Beishang Association is the most financially powerful merchant group in the Americas. We have a huge influence on this force. This is a question of who is more important to whom. The reason why your country keeps demanding more intuitive control methods is because your think tanks have judged that you are more important to us. But if that is the case, based on my understanding of the captain, he will definitely simply meet your wishes, even at some cost, and will not let the situation develop to a stalemate. Because of this, I believe the current situation is that we are more important to you. I can't explain the process by which you arrived at this conclusion, but since both the captain and Carmen agree, it must be reliable. The captain's parting with your president was based on this fundamental premise. Under this premise, he sees the initiative through this conflict. Your country has reasons for not abandoning us, and we have no reasons for voluntarily abandoning yours. If my guess is correct, the atmosphere on board will surely improve until Boston, so much so that both sides can stay out of each other's way, hoping to let time fade these unpleasant memories. Miss Solomon, do you understand me? Miss Solomon nodded blankly. Since you understand, please hurry and complete the budget review. Kren smacked his lips in frustration. I have a mission to complete, and I'm the only unlucky person who can't stay out of your way. But if it can be avoided, I'd like to communicate with you more and see less of those two generals' boredom. After saying all that in one breath, Kren breathed a sigh of relief. Miss Solomon's mood has stabilized. Now that she has stabilized, there is no need for him to continue squeezing out precious work time. After all, thanks to that anticlimactic defense meeting, they have a lot of preparatory work to do before signing the contract, and it is inefficient and time is tight. Everyone should do their job, not interfere with each other, and communicate frequently to get the job done. Time is tight. Thinking of this, Kren said with emotion, I look forward to your valuable opinions. See you later, see you later. The hatch slowly closed. Miss Solomon tightly grasped the budget book in her arms, her face flushed red. Oh my God. Mr. Scott, is he so cool? End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.